Relax, feel good, can't take it. Huh, baby? Wen Li jolted awake, her face burning. She couldn't make out the man's face, but his voice was pure seduction as her sleepy eyes blinked open. The ghost of his low, helpless laugh still clung to her ears. Cool, teasing, impossibly sexy that it rang familiar. She just couldn't place where she'd heard it before. She rolled onto her side. The flush on her cheeks died instantly that a living, breathing man lay right next to her. What the hell? Wen Li froze, holding her breath. She didn't dare move. Her eyes caught the angry red scratches crisscrossing his pale back, obviously made by fingernails. Her gaze slid lower that a thin summer blanket was draped over his waist. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, the muscles of his back rippling in smooth lines. Even just his back was dangerously hot. The memory of that voice from her dream, the kind that made you want to have his babies, made her throat go dry. Okay, sure, the dream had been tempting, but she really didn't want it coming true. A one-night stand after drinking. That was supposed to be something that happened to other people. Wen Li almost laughed through the tears. She gripped the blanket so hard her knuckles went white, then let out a long breath and forced herself to accept it. Get it together, she told herself, that one-night stand or not, she was single. Duan Qiyu had already cheated on her with some other woman. Even if she'd slept with a stranger, she didn't owe anyone anything. And the guy beside her, some random man she'd never seen before, didn't matter at all. Best way to handle a one-night stand. Slip out without a word and save everyone the awkwardness. After a mental pep talk, Wen Li felt a little clearer. She carefully peeled back the blanket, slid out of bed on tiptoe, and bent to grab her clothes from the floor. She hadn't even managed to pull her dress on when a soft, bone-melting chuckle came from behind her. Half her body went numb. She froze like a deer in headlights, too terrified to turn around. She was only in her underwear. Sure, the guy had seen everything worth seeing last night, but now it was broad daylight, and she was stone-cold sober. The shame crashed over her like a wave. Wen Li fumbled to yank her dress over her head. Her fingers, the same ones that could play Chopin, needed 3 tries to zip. The back closed. She didn't turn around. Instead, she forced her voice to sound calm. Sir, I'm just going to use the bathroom. Could you please get dressed? We can talk after. The man hummed lazily in agreement. Wen Li moved like a robot into the bathroom. Once the door clicked shut, she exhaled hard, pressed a hand to her racing heart, and took a few slow breaths. After a couple of cycles, she felt steady enough to look in the mirror. Her neck was covered in marks, bright against her pale skin. She didn't want to think about what the rest of her body looked like. Strangely enough, she didn't feel much physical discomfort. Wen Li wasn't naive that in her past life, she'd been married to Duan Qiyu for 5 years. She knew exactly how her body should feel the morning after. Had they not actually done it? But with all these marks, how had he held back? Or was the guy all bark and no bite? Lousy in bed. No way that a body like that had to be capable. Wen Li, what are you even thinking about? She turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her face. After a few good rinses, she managed to push the dirty thoughts away. She rehearsed what she'd say when she walked out. Something about how casual hookups happened. No big deal, they'd go their separate ways. Forget it ever happened. Right, that's the plan. Wen Li stepped out of the bathroom and looked up. Her heart stopped. The man standing by the bed was tall, his features sharp and defined, and a pair of classic phoenix eyes, thick lashes that cast shadows under them. Thin lips pressed together, he radiated an aura of power and restraint that hit her like a wall. If he'd been a total stranger, Wen Li would have been secretly thrilled that a one-night stand with a guy this perfect. Not a bad deal. But she wasn't thrilled. She was terrified. Because she knew exactly who he was, Duan Qiyu. the eldest son of the Duan family, the man in charge of the Duan conglomerate, Duan Jingming's older brother, and the one man she'd always kept her distance from, the untouchable flower she'd only ever admired from afar. God, strike me down and bury me in a ditch. She wanted to dig a hole straight through the earth and disappear. Wen Li forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Brother you. The man finished fastening his cuff links, then picked up a Patek Philippe Starry Sky watch from the nightstand and strapped it on slowly. The deep blue dial caught a flash of cold light. Every move he made was graceful, effortless, aristocratic. Come here. He glanced at her without much interest. Wen Li's feet carried her over like they had a mind of their own. She stopped in front of him, head bowed, eyes fixed on the floor. Her pretty peach blossom eyes were wide with panic. That a one-night stand with Duan Qiyu? This was a test she hadn't studied for. Even though in this life, she wasn't married to Duan Jingming anymore. In her heart, Duan Qiyu had always been her brother-in-law. The man she would never dream of, and never dare to dream about. Duan Qiyu looked down at her, scared now. Wen Li jerked her head up, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes held a hint of amusement. That tiny flicker of humor gave her back a shred of courage. She had to face this. She had to talk about last night. When she thought about it, the memories came flooding back. Last night, Duan Jingming had kissed his first love, announced he was going to marry her. He'd betrayed their marriage in the past life, and in this life, he'd betrayed their current relationship. When Li had gone to a bar to drown her sorrows, she'd run into Duan Qiyu, and in her drunken stupor, she'd mistaken him for a gigolo. She'd offered to pay him for the night. She must have lost her mind. Her scalp tingled. She forced a plastic smile. Brother you, about last night. Let's just pretend it didn't happen. You know I was drunk. It wasn't me. Didn't happen? He raised an eyebrow and let out a meaningful chuckle. Goosebumps broke out on her bare arms. She tried to keep her cool, scrambling for better words. But he suddenly leaned in. Their lips were inches apart. Their shallow breaths mingled. An invisible net closed around her, trapping her in place. She couldn't move as his low, magnetic voice brushed her ear. Look me in the eye and say that again. A tiny current shot through her body, zapping her brain. Wen Li jerked back half a step, putting distance between them. She gripped the hem of her dress, trying to steady her churning emotions. No, she couldn't let him lead her around. She pulled herself together and spoke again. Brother you, last night was my fault. I'm sorry. What I'm about to say might be rude, but I have to say it. You probably enjoyed yourself too. Not like you came out on the losing end. We don't owe each other anything. Let's just call it a fling between two strangers, okay? When she finished, she met his eyes. Negotiations required confidence. His sharp brows lifted slightly. A ghost of a smile crossed his lips. Little Li, do your legs feel weak? Does your back ache? Wen Li bit her lower lip and shook her head. Duan Qiyu's voice was flat. We didn't do anything. God only knew how hard it had been for him to hold back. He hadn't wanted to touch her when she wasn't fully aware. He wanted her willing, clear-eyed. When Li's expression went blank, he wasn't lousy in bed. They just hadn't done it. Wait, why was she focusing on that? She yanked her thoughts back on track. No sex. Even better, no need to owe anything. A smile lit up her gorgeous peach blossom eyes. Her voice turned light. Then there's nothing to talk about. I'll apologize again. Brother you, sorry. I have things to do. I'll be going now. She turned with a smile and started to walk away. But an arm wrapped around her waist and yanked her backward. She slammed into his solid, warm chest. The scent of sandalwood enveloped her, triggering muscle memory from the night before. Her face burned. She squirmed like a startled cat, trying to escape his grip. Don't move. She froze. because he'd just caught her earlobe between his teeth, and his tongue, soft, wet, flicked against it. Helped if his arms weren't locking her in place. She'd have bolted a mile. Brother, you. Her voice trembled, not from fear, but from the realization that her body was already responding to him. After just one night, she did not want to mess with this man. Mortified and flustered, she felt something pressed into her line of sight. That a large, clean hand holding a phone. That a video was playing on the screen. Evidence of her crime from the night before. The man behind her didn't let go. She had no choice but to watch. On the screen, she was sitting on his lap on a sofa, her eyes seductive and heavy-lidded. She tugged off his black tie and tossed it aside, then ran her pale, slender fingers from his sharp jaw down to his lips. She tapped twice. Want to? Wen Li felt like she'd been struck by lightning, split clean in half. This was her. She got that wild when she drank. The video kept playing, the man's smooth voice blending with the footage. Are you sure you want to do this? Duan Qiyu's expression was cold, his arm barely resting on her waist, like he was just going along for the ride. Wen Li shoved both hands against his shoulders and pushed him back onto the couch. Without a word, she leaned down and bit his sharp Adam's apple. One strap of her dress slipped off her shoulder, leaving a strip of skin bare, strands of her hair tangled around his shirt. He tilted his head back, jaw tight. Then he grabbed the back of her neck like he was picking up a naughty kitten. His voice came out rough. Sweetheart, do you know who I am? You talk too much. She pouted, slapped his hand away, and sealed her mouth over his. Her hands were already working the buckle at his waist. The video kept rolling, but the Wen Li on this side of the screen had turned the color of boiled shrimp. She fumbled to shut off the phone and scrambled out of his arms. You recorded that? She barely got the words out. Duan Qiyu tucked the phone away. I'm thorough that I needed evidence of your assault, so you couldn't deny it after you sobered up. Assault, she gaped. What would you call it? He watched her with lazy calm. You saw it. You attacked me. And I, a healthy male, kept my dignity even though my body reacted. You didn't physically hurt me, but you left an indelible scar on my fragile psyche. If I let us call it even, wouldn't I be the one losing out? With every accusation, Wen Li's head sank a little lower. She had no room to argue. In a small voice, she muttered, I'm sorry. If sorry fixed things, we wouldn't need the police. Now Wen Li really started crying. She'd always known Duan Qiyu was trouble. Back when she and Duan Jingming had just started middle school, Duan Qiyu was already in high school. She once went to the Duan house to give Jingming his back-to-school gift. It was a pair of matching little rabbit pendants she'd made herself. She kept the pink one on her backpack zipper and clutched the blue one to hand to Jingming. She was so excited she wasn't watching where she was going and ran straight into this guy. Even after she apologized, he insisted on taking the blue rabbit as compensation. She'd told him they were a couple set and offered to make him a separate one that he refused. Wen Li still remembered the cold look he gave her that day. The icy aura around him almost scared her to tears. From then on, she only visited the Duan house when she knew he wasn't there. If he was around, she kept her distance and just said a quick hello. Now, comparing that childhood memory to her current mess, she had no idea how to fix any of it, thinking about everything that had happened in the last couple of days, dying, being reborn, her lover's betrayal, accidentally provoking her ex's older brother. Her tears fell like pearls off a broken string. Her vision was so blurred from crying that she missed the tenderness and pain in the man's eyes across from her. Duan Qiyu pulled out a handkerchief, bent down, and wiped her cheeks. What are you crying for? I never said I was going to punish you. Her grief paused. She seized the opening and sniffled. So, you go. Does that mean you forgive me? Yeah. A smile was starting to form when he added, But what? You have to take responsibility. Sure, wait, what? She forgot to cry. What do you want me to do? He held her gaze, slow and deliberate. He said 2 words. Marry me. Marry. Her brain short-circuited. She stared at him like he'd grown a second head. There wasn't a trace of teasing on that sculpted face. He was serious. Her heart lurched. She bit her lower lip. Yugu? We didn't actually, go all the way. So there's no need to get married, right? The corner of his eye lifted, a small smile curving his lips. Little Ollie, you didn't finish the video. Your moves got bolder after that. Our behavior got much more intimate that I held the line before it went too far, but that doesn't mean nothing else happened. Besides, I'm a conservative man. In this area, I wanted to save myself completely for my future wife, but you destroyed that. If you won't take responsibility for me, how can I ever be responsible for her? The barrage left Wen Li speechless. She had no good counterargument, and Duan Qiyu had all the logic on his side. She clutched the hem of her dress tightly. Then a light bulb went off. Yugu, everything you said is right. But have you thought about the fact that there's no love between us? Marriage wouldn't be good for either of us. She tried flattery as a last resort. A man like you is bound to meet an amazing woman. You two will fall in love and walk down the aisle. That's the right path. What happened between us is just a detour. Why you go? You don't need to take it so seriously. Everyone makes mistakes, right? She blinked her peach blossom eyes, desperate for his agreement. You're right. Her heart relaxed. But I'm sticking to my principles. Her heart dropped. Useless. She gritted her teeth and played her trump card. Yugu, I'm Duan Jingming's girlfriend. If we got married, have you thought about how he would feel? Even though she hadn't known Duan Qiyu well over the years, she'd been to the Duan house often enough to know the 2 brothers had a good relationship, bringing up Duan Jingming. There was no way he'd ignore brotherly ties. The flicker of sarcasm crossed Duan Qiyu's lips, gone almost too fast to catch. In the past, he'd been too careful of his brother's feelings. That was why he'd forced himself to stay cold, pushing away the woman he loved. He'd planned to spend his life wishing them happiness from afar. But a week ago, his brother was seen getting close with another woman. And last night, Wen Li caught him cheating. This was the chance heaven was giving him, but he had to take it. Wen Li had no idea what he was thinking during those few seconds of silence. Then he said casually, You 2 broke up last night? He already has someone nude. He has no say in what happens between us. How did he even know that? As if reading her mind, Duan Qiyu answered her next question. You told me last night. Wen Li wanted to disappear that she'd really said too much while drunk. She was out of options, so she went rigid and tried playing dirty. Yugu has his principles, but I have mine too. Actually, I'm marriage-phobic. Duan Qiyu's eyelids flickered, but a shallow smile touched his lips. Oh, in that case, I won't force you. Wen Li's eyes lit up. We can just date for the rest of our lives. That's fine too. Her smile froze. Her heart plummeted into her stomach. You can never afford to relax when negotiating with Duan Qiyu, because you never know what he'll say next. The man was impossible, stubborn, immovable, a fortress with no doors. Wen Li was still scrambling for a response when her phone rang. Su Nian, heiress to the Su family in the capital, her best friend since high school. They'd gone to the same university, too. Wen Li studied piano, Su Nian focused on ballet, and after graduation, both of them landed spots in the capital's art troupe. Right now, Su Nian was overseas for an advanced training program. Wen Li answered, voice low. Nian, what's going on? Su Nian's sweet voice was sharp with worry. Li Bao, did you check your moments? No, why? What happened? If you haven't seen them yet, don't look. Just listen to me first. Okay. Sun Yin pulled in a deep breath, her anger barely leashed. Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong went public. They're officially together. Wen Li's fingers tightened around the phone. A chill shot up from her feet. Her voice went flat. I know. You know? Yeah. When did you find out? Last night I saw them. He had his arms around her, kissing her. Sun Yin exploded. What an absolute piece of trash. You've liked him for years. You were actually together last year. And that bastard Duan Jingming cheated on you with that White Lotus bitch. He's got eyes, but he's blind. The entire Duan family rotten. How did they raise an idiot like that? Just wait until I'm back next month. I'll help you curse those two garbage humans out personally. Wen Li shot a fast look at Duan Qiyu and covered the receiver, but the entire Duan family rotten part had already reached his ears. He gave a low laugh, said nothing. Terrified her best friend might hurl something even more explosive, Wen Li jumped in. Yeah. Yet I will talk when you're back. I have something happening right now. Fine. Go handle your thing. Wen Li knew Duan Qiyu's temper was sharper than a needle's tip. The second she hung up, she scrambled to explain. Don't take that seriously. Yin was just upset for me. She doesn't actually have anything against the Duan family. Duan Qiyu's expression stayed unreadable. Don't worry, I'm not that petty. You're not petty? Wen Li muttered under her breath. What was that? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Wen Li sat up straighter. A knock sounded from the door. Duan Qiyu got up, opened it, and took a small cart from the hotel staff. He wheeled it straight to the dining table and closed the door. Wen Li watched him. He'd rolled his shirt cuffs up, exposing cool white wrists, the bone prominent, veins faintly traced across the back of his hand. Long fingers. The slow, precise way he set out the dishes was unfairly domestic. Sure, the man was petty and old-fashioned, but she had to admit, every move he made was gorgeous to watch. Hard to hate, as the internet would say. If your boyfriend were that hot, you'd slap yourself before you'd ever fight with him. More fragments from last night surfaced in Wen Li's mind. Breath shared, bodies tangled, kisses deep and hungry. So intimate they could have been lovers for years. But this man was Duan Qiyu, the one person on earth she least wanted to be involved with. Never mind that he was Duan Jingming's older brother. Wen Li had been slightly in awe of him since she was a child. He was only 3 years older than her and Duan Jingming. But his level of excellence existed in an entirely different stratosphere. If the Duan family's business empire didn't need him at its helm, Wen Li had zero doubt he'd be at the National Academy of Sciences right now, an expert dominating his field. Come eat. His voice, cool water over stone, pulled her back. She walked over to the table. Every breakfast dish was one of her favorites. Her heart jumped for no reason. She could name coincidence. It had to be coincidence. She was a total foodie. She liked a lot of things. This was definitely coincidence. Wen Li sat down and started eating. Neither of them spoke. The only sound was the quiet clink of utensils. This was the first time in her life she'd ever eaten alone with Duan Qiyu. She felt like she was sitting on needles, after half a bowl of red bean coconut congee and a few shrimp dumplings. Warmth spread through her stomach, and her body slowly began to relax. You go. Her voice was soft. He glanced at her. Wen Li met his eyes. Her expression was serious. Why did you go along with my nonsense last night? She'd been drunk that he hadn't. So why? Duan Qiyu's chopsticks paused. Almost unnoticeably, his tone dropped. What do you think the reason was? His brows pressed low, his gaze pinning Wen Li's, making her heart lurch. His earlier words echoed in her mind. I'm a normal and it wasn't vanity to say this. Wen Li knew she had the face and the body to attend the art university. Surrounded by beauties, she'd still been voted campus belle for 2 straight years. Her lashes fluttered. She looked away first and cleared her throat. Obviously, because Yu is generous. Wen Li manufactured the excuse on the spot. There was absolutely no way she was saying Duan Qiyu wanted her for her body. Way too intimate. She rushed to change the subject. Anyway, last night was my fault. I'll do whatever I can to make it up to you. As for the marriage idea, like I said, marriage isn't a game. You and I aren't a good fit. How do you know we don't fit if you haven't tried? Duan Qiyu lifted an eyebrow. Last night, you enjoyed it. Clang. The spoon hit the plate with a sharp sound. Wen Li's face flamed red. She opened her mouth but couldn't form a complete sentence. Her toes curled. She was mortified beyond words. After an agonizing silence, she scraped together something to save a little face. I'm a normal biological female too. Wen Li grabbed her water glass and took a gulp. Her heart was about to pound straight out of her chest. Duan Qiyu's lips curved. I understand. So, whenever either of us has needs, we can satisfy each other. Uffed. Wen Li sprayed water everywhere, coughing violently. She swore this was the single most humiliating morning of her 23 years. Still coughing. She fumbled for a napkin. He reached over, handed her one, his other hand gently patting her back. Every light tap sent a shiver across her skin. Her brain, unhelpfully, flashed images from last night. She forced herself to stop coughing and wiped her mouth. You go. I'm fine, thank you. She dodged his hand, stood up, and grabbed more napkins to wipe the water off the table. Duan Qiyu's smile widened. Reacting that strongly? You have needs? Skrrt. The chair legs scraped against the floor. Wen Li jerked backward, colliding with the chair behind her. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were wide with shock. You go? I don't. Duan Qiyu looked at her, a half smile still playing at the corner of his mouth. But I do. Wen Li's brain short-circuited. She stared at him for a long moment, then lowered her lashes and forced a tight smile. Brother, you're joking, right? Duan Qiyu slid the bamboo steamer of soup dumplings toward her, a ghost of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He said nothing that Ali was too easily spooked. Push any harder, and she really would bolt. Wen Li saw that, and let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Her phone buzzed against the table. She glanced at the screen, her expression flickering dark, and hit decline. It rang again. She declined again. Then she blocked the number entirely. Seconds later, her messaging app erupted. The man she'd just shut out, Duan Jingming, was blowing up her phone. Duan Qiyu lifted his eyes, his voice cool and unhurried. That's my brother, isn't it? Why not pick up? Wen Li's grip on her chopsticks tightened. I don't want to talk to him. Duan Qiyu's dark gaze lingered on her face for a beat. When he spoke again, his voice was rougher. Do you still care about him? No. Her chin snapped up in protest. He held her stare, the words landing flat and hard. You have to cut out the dead flesh before new skin can grow. That if you want to move on, you can't keep running to the very least. Tell him where you stand before you block him. You've known him for years. You know exactly what he's like. He will keep coming at you. Can you dodge him forever? Duan Qiyu understood the wound Wen Li was carrying. Last night, that sudden boldness of hers, that wasn't courage. That was pain in disguise. The more she pretended nothing touched her, the deeper the hurt went. He had to push her to face it. That it was the only way she'd heal faster. And he wasn't going to pretend his motives were purely noble. Part of this was for her. The other part was for himself, that he needed to seize this opening and drive a wedge between them, permanently. Wen Li felt a sharp ache in her chest at his words. She'd known that devastating face her entire life. But for the first time it didn't intimidate her. It made her want to lean in. His words steadied something inside her. Her eyes stung. She murmured, "Thank you for saying that. Brother Yu. I'll make things clear to him." After breakfast, Duan Qiyu drove her back to her small rented apartment. He didn't bring up marriage again. She didn't mention how she'd make up for crashing his place last night. That it was as if none of it had happened. And yet everything had shifted between them. Back inside her little sanctuary, Wen Li shed all her armor. She collapsed onto the sofa and pulled out her phone. She opened her messaging app, deliberately skipping the pinned conversation. She scrolled through her moments feed first. There it was, Jiang Wantong's official announcement. The caption read, "We were fated to meet, but our love runs deep. .2 photos. One of her cheek pressed against Duan Jingming's. Another of their intertwined hands. Matching couple rings glinting on their fingers. Anyone scrolling past would think they were a sweet, blissful couple." Below, comments from mutual friends. "So happy for you two." Wen Li's lips curled into a cold smirk. She backed out of moments and opened Duan Jingming's chat. He'd sent several voice messages. "Ali, didn't I explain everything last night? Wantong is sick. Based on our last life, she only has 3 years left. I just want to help her close the chapter on her regrets. Can't you be a little more understanding? Don't worry that I'm still going to marry you in this life. Wantong and I have an agreement that I'll stay with her for 3 years, and she knows she has no say over what I do during that time. Ali, nothing between us has to change. Don't be angry, okay? My little princess, what if second brother gets down on his knees for you?" A kneeling emoji followed. Listening to his voice, Wen Li felt an arctic cold spread from her heart to the tips of her fingers. She and Duan Jingming had grown up together, childhood friends. From the first stirrings of girlish longing, she'd given him all of her heart. She called him second brother, and he played the part to perfection. That he tutored her, but he got into fights defending her. He flew her around the world every school break. Wen Li became Duan Jingming's shadow. Her whole orbit revolved around him. Her own family favored sons and treated her as an afterthought. Duan Jingming often brought her home to the Duan estate. That family became her second home. His parents treated her like their goddaughter. His grandfather doted on her as if she were his own granddaughter. For years, she and Duan Jingming were inseparable. Small arguments blew over in days. Nothing stuck until university. Wen Li got into Jingdu University of the Arts, the top arts school in the country. Duan Jingming got into Jingdu University, the top comprehensive university. The two campuses sat just one street apart, close enough to walk. Wen Li had always believed that even without an official label, she and Duan Jingming were basically together. His friends all called her sister-in-law, and he never corrected them. Until the day he announced his relationship, and the girlfriend wasn't her, it was Jiang Wantong. Same university as Duan Jingming. Both of them in the student council. Wen Li never even found out how it happened. All she knew was that she'd been a fool. Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong only lasted 2 months. Those 2 months were the coldest stretch Wen Li's relationship with him had ever endured. She stopped going to the Duan house. She dodged him every chance she got. It was Duan Jingming who finally broke. He came crawling back, begging her to forgive him, and broke up with Jiang Wantong. Wen Li still remembered what he'd said. "My princess, has second brother done you wrong? How can you freeze me out and hold a grudge like this? You don't like Jiang Wantong? Fine, second brother will end it with her. Okay, we can go back to the way things were, right? Be good. Ali, what if second brother kneels?" Those words, nearly identical to the ones he was sending now, the same thorn at the center of it. Jiang Wantong. Wen Li lowered her eyes, a bitter laugh catching in her throat. Back then, Duan Jingming actually did it. After the breakup, Jiang Wantong disappeared from sight. But Wen Li knew better. In 2 short months, Jiang Wantong had already wormed her way in with all of Duan Jingming's friends. Even after the split, they kept running into each other. Still, it seemed like they'd truly gone back to being just friends. When Wen Li graduated, Duan Jingming confessed to her. The childhood friends finally became a couple, and Jiang Wantong, she seemed like nothing more than a fleeting distraction. But that's what Wen Li had believed in her past life. Until the car crash that threw her and Duan Jingming back into this life. Jiang Wantong had a congenital heart defect that in the past life, no donor match was ever found, and she died young from heart failure. Only last night did Wen Li discover that Duan Jingming had been carrying his dead first love in his heart the entire time. Now he was reborn, and his first love was still alive. He kept saying he wanted to give Jiang Wantong the closure she never got. But wasn't this his own unfinished business too? If Wen Li were still the girl who'd never dated him, she might have genuinely wished them well. But she wasn't. She was Wen Li. With 5 years of marriage to Duan Jingming burned into her memory. Her husband was cheating with his first love, and he wanted her to wait 3 years. No, she wasn't that desperate. Wen Li typed out her reply. What makes you think I'd want a second-hand man? A man who's been with someone else? I don't take leftovers. That I wish you and Jiang Wantong a long and happy life together. May you grow old and gray side by side. The last 4 words were pure venom. Who knew if Jiang Wantong would even survive in this life? But Wen Li hoped she found a donor. Let them be trapped together forever so they could stop ruining other people's lives. She hit send. Then she blocked his account too. A long, shuddering breath escaped her. The weight on her chest finally eased. That felt good. She pulled herself together and got ready for the afternoon rehearsal with the art troupe. She did her makeup bold and striking, a look that sharpened her naturally vivid features until they cut. She chose a summer piece from a luxury label, a chiffon pearl-white shirt dress that hit mid-thigh, cinched with a wide bohemian linen belt. The dangling fringe was threaded with blue and white feathers that shifted in the breeze. Ethereal and dangerous on her feet, crystal-strapped stiletto sandals. Her long, fair legs looked even more stunning against her tall, poised frame. From today on, she was putting herself first. If fate had handed her another life, it was meant to fix her mistakes. This time, she'd live for herself. She slung her woven cream handbag over her shoulder and headed out. At the rehearsal venue, Duan Jingming stared at his phone screen, jaw tight, expression dark. In his other hand, a cigarette had burned down dangerously close to his skin that he hadn't noticed. Jiang Wantong wore a lanyard with the art troupe's publicity department badge. She spotted the shift in him and drifted away from the camera, tilting her head up with wide, watery eyes. Jingming, is Wen Li still not forgiving you? If she shows up later, do you want me to talk to her for you? He killed the screen, stubbed out the cigarette, and crushed the butt under his polished leather shoe. No need. Let her have her little tantrum. I'll wait until she comes crawling back to me. Jiang Wantong ducked her head, hiding the twitch of her lips. Half an hour later, Wen Li stepped out of a taxi and walked through the rehearsal space entrance. Whispers chased Wen Li through the room. Holy hell, she's stunning. She could walk onto a movie set with that face. She doesn't need to. She's the lead pianist for the city art troupe. Won international awards back in college. They recruited her with a massive deal. Beautiful and talented. God really does have favorites. Please, you don't know the half of it. That she's a snake. Wait, what? Tell me everything. See that hot guy over there? That's Jiang Wantong's boyfriend, second son of the Duan family. They were together in college until Wen Li slithered in and tore them apart. But second young master Duan is back with Wantong now. Wen Li's dressed like that just to tempt him. Someone snorted. That's pretty dramatic. How do you even know all this? Lu Xiaoying lifted her chin. I was Jiang Wantong's college roommate. Oh my god, the lead pianist is that kind of person? Seriously, what a disappointment. Wen Li had already walked past them, but Lu Xiaoying's shrill voice made her stop cold and turn around that a clear conscience could brush off slander. Sure. But even the best wine needed a decent bottle. She wasn't about to let this woman run her mouth without consequences. Wise people knew when to shut up. That didn't mean she couldn't teach a fool a lesson. The gossips froze when they saw Wen Li walking back. They traded nervous glances. The commotion snagged the attention of Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong's group nearby. Not that they had to eavesdrop. From the moment Wen Li appeared, nearly everyone in the area had been watching her. Duan Jingming had known Wen Li for years. Even he felt his breath catched. He'd always known she was beautiful. Those peach blossom eyes of hers looked at even a stray dog with tenderness that in the past. Her gentle nature had softened the impact of her striking features. Now, with that cold expression, she was devastating, intimidating. Jiang Wantong tracked Duan Jingming's stare. She saw the reaction rippling through the crowd. Her fists clenched. Her face went dark. Wen Li stopped in front of Lu Xiaoying. Her voice was ice. Go ahead, say all of it again. Lu Xiaoying instinctively stepped back. She glanced at Jiang Wantong, who looked down and dodged her eyes out of course. Wantong was too soft to stand up to Wen Li. Straightening her neck, Lu Xiaoying crossed her arms and raised her voice. You want to fight? What did I get wrong? She barreled on. Back in college, if you hadn't butted in, they never would have been apart all these years. Good thing second young master Duan saw through your act, dumped you, and got back together with Wantong. That I'm just stating facts. Her voice grew louder, more confident. Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong, now walking toward them, heard every single word. Wen Li waited until she finished, then she let out a cold laugh. Lu Xiaoying, right? Did the school system skip you? Burden of proof. Show me evidence for your so-called facts. Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong are standing right here. Ask them to back you up. That let's settle this face-to-face. Wen Li's defiance shifted the mood in the crowd. I believe Wen Li. She wouldn't act this way if she were guilty. Exactly. Look, Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong aren't saying a word. Lu Xiaoying is clearly lying. I think she's just jealous of the lead pianist, spreading rumors to tear her down. Hearing the tide turn, Lu Xiaoying panicked. She grabbed Jiang Wantong's arm. Wantong, explain it to them. Tell them I'm telling the truth. Don't be scared. Second young master Duan is right here, that he's your boyfriend, that he'll protect you. Wen Li can't touch you. Jiang Wantong hesitated. Duan Jingming kept his eyes locked on Wen Li. He was waiting for her to beg him. He wanted her to realize she couldn't survive without him. Wen Li knew exactly what he was thinking. She had no intention of asking him for help. Not now. Not ever. They were caught in a silent war, each waiting for the other to blink first. Jiang Wantong stammered, but couldn't finish her sentence. She didn't dare. She was afraid Duan Jingming would contradict her, but seconds ticked past, and he still didn't clarify anything that he really was going to teach Wen Li a lesson. Jiang Wantong didn't know what Wen Li had said to make him this vindictive. She didn't care that it only helped her. Swallowing her glee, Jiang Wantong put on a troubled face. Xiaoying, please stop, that I don't want to drag you into my problems. She wanted to openly support Lu Xiaoying, but with Duan Jingming standing right there, she had to keep up her sweet, fragile image. The crowd murmured again. Jiang Wantong is obviously terrified of Wen Li. She must be a bully behind the scenes. Can you blame her? I heard Jiang Wantong's family is broke. Wen Li is the heiress of one corporation, completely different league. Wen Li turned to face Jiang Wantong. One eyebrow arched. Ms. Jiang, if you have something to say, say it clearly. All this vague hedging, Are you trying to paint me as the villain? Speaking of which, Duan Jingming and I weren't even broken up yet when you were already making out with him. He's a cheating bastard, and you're a clingy mistress. You two really are perfect for each other. I suggest you lock yourselves together and spare decent people the trouble. Her words hit like a bomb. The noise doubled. Whoa, plot twist. So Wen Li's the actual victim here. She's right. Jiang Wantong's vague little comment was totally manipulative. I wasn't. Jiang Wantong's eyes brimmed with tears. Her knuckles went white, her nails itching to drop the act, and claw Wen Li's face off. Lu Xiaoying bristled. Wen Li, stop slandering her. Second young master Duan, say something. Tell everyone Wantong isn't the mistress. Wen Li is the bad one here. Every head turned toward Duan Jingming. Every head except Wen Li's that he stood with his hands in his pockets, staring hard at Wen Li. He ignored Lu Xiaoying completely. She flushed red, but didn't dare push. Seconds stretched. The crowd's sympathy for Jiang Wantong began to rot. If Duan Jingming stayed silent, wasn't he admitting he cheated with Jiang Wantong? Just as Jiang Wantong reached for his arm, Duan Jingming stepped forward that he closed the distance to Wen Li. Jiang Wantong's hand hung in midair. Humiliation flashed in her eyes in the end. He couldn't take the silent standoff that he lost Tio's safe face. He arched one arrogant brow and leaned close to Wen Li's ear. His voice dropped low. Princess, when there's a limit to throwing a tantrum. Call me second brother that I'll forgive your loose tongue. I'll even take the blame for you, deal? Warm breath fanned against Wen Li's ear. She frowned and leaned as far away as possible, the disgust in her eyes plain as day. Second Master Duan, if you're going to talk, keep your distance. Whether you admit it or not, you cheated, it's the truth. Don't act like you're doing me a favor, it's just pathetic. Wen Li didn't bother lowering her voice. Everyone in the room heard her loud and clear. Now there was no room for doubt. Duan Jingming had cheated with Jiang Wantong. He hadn't even tried to deny it. Her disgust, and those brutal words cut straight through him. The part of him that had wanted to soften turned to stone that he straightened up, fists clenched, then grabbed Jiang Wantong's hand and snapped. Don't you dare regret it. Wen Li. The two of them stormed out, and the spectacle was over. Everyone turned to look at Wen Li with pity. Lu Xiaoying finally shook off her daze she'd been played. That pitiful act from Jiang Wantong had fooled her completely. Lu Xiaoying rushed over, blocking Wen Li's path, and apologized over and over. I'm so sorry, really. I jumped to conclusions without knowing the full story that I never imagined she was that kind of person. Back in school, she was always bad-mouthing you, and over time I built up this huge prejudice that I'm so sorry. Can you ever forgive me? Wen Li's voice stayed cold. I accept your apology, but I don't forgive you. That let's just keep our distance from now on. Lu Xiaoying's face burned. Inwardly, she cursed Jiang Wantong and every one of her ancestors. Soon, the rehearsal hall filled with elegant piano music. The drama hadn't touched Wen Li's performance one bit. That a week slipped by in a blink. After that day, Jiang Wantong stopped showing up at the art troupe. She took an extended sick leave, claiming she felt unwell. Anyone with eyes could see she was too ashamed to come to work after being labeled the other woman. Duan Jingming hadn't appeared either. Once Wen Li decided she no longer loved him, even the air tasted fresher. Only one thing still nagged at her. That insane night from a week ago. Duan Qiyu hadn't mentioned the word responsibility once all week, but Wen Li knew this wasn't over. She honestly couldn't figure out how to make it up to him. She could only blame herself for messing with the wrong man. Her fingers danced across the piano keys, but her mind kept wandering to Duan Qiyu. Memory yanked her back to that night. The way they'd tangled together, the deep kisses, his husky breathing vibrating against her ear. Clang. She hit a wrong note and snapped back to reality. Thank goodness she was alone in the house, and no one saw her zone out. Still, the shame made her curl her toes. She slapped her own burning cheeks. Wen Li, have you completely lost it? That was an accident. How can you even think about your respected big brother like that? Before she could pull herself together, her phone rang. She answered that a cheerful male voice came through. Little pair, guess who? Is that Brother Shiai's? Bingo! At least you haven't forgotten your big bro. Chui Shiai's had been Duan Jingming's best friend in high school, and he knew Wen Li well. Out of all Duan Jingming's so-called buddies, he was the one Wen Li genuinely liked. Not because of his looks, because of his character. Sure, he came off smooth and a little slick, but his moral compass pointed straight. He didn't mess around with women. He was real with people, and he never had that arrogant rich kid attitude. That was why Wen Li got along with him, that he'd tested into a defense university. Then went straight into the military, stationed out of province. He rarely made it back to the capital. Wen Li's eyes curved into a smile. She was honestly happy. Brother Shiai's, you're back from the army? Yeah, got in this morning. How long are you staying? About a week. I already booked Xiong chefs tonight. You have to come welcome me home. And I'm telling you, if you miss tonight, there won't be another chance. Tomorrow I'm flying to Jiangxing with my mom to see my grandma. Wen Li hesitated. Maybe next time? No way. Chui Shiai's pushed. What's wrong? Did that jerk Duan Jingming piss you off? Come tonight, and I'll personally knock his teeth out for you. His kindness shook her resolve. Chui Shiai's welcome dinner. Duan Jingming and his whole crew would probably be there. Jiang Wantong would likely show up too. But then Wen Li thought it through. Duan Jingming was the one who cheated. He was the one who wrecked the relationship. Why should she hide from them? Brother Qiyu was right. Facing things head-on was the only way to truly heal. Maybe seeing that scumbag and his fake girlfriend would help her let go faster. Her eyes sharpened. Her voice firmed. Okay. I'll be there. Chui Shiai's brightened. Deal point 8 o'clock tonight. Just give my name at the door. Got it. After he hung up, Chui Shiai's cheerful expression faded. He glanced at the man sprawled on the sofa, legs crossed, chain smoking like a chimney. Tell me, Duan II, did you fight with little pair? She didn't even want to see me. Duan Jingming arched one eyebrow lazily. It's nothing, she's throwing a tantrum because of Wantong. Chui Shiai's frowned. You still haven't cut things off with Jiang Wantong? Not that I'm getting in your business, but little pair is a good woman. She's given you everything all these years. Don't screw this up just because you grew up together. The day she actually walks away, you'll be the one crying. Duan Jingming's fingers twitched around his cigarette. Don't worry, that I know what I'm doing. His expression hardened. And don't ever say that again. Ali will never leave me. Chui Shiai's just clicked his tongue and said nothing more. 8 p.m. Xiong Chef's restaurant at a high-end private dining spot in the city center, where a single meal cost 4 figures per person. Wen Li wore a sleeveless black and white dress, fitted and elegant, with a white camellia ribbon tied at her throat. At the front desk, she gave Chui Shiai's name, and the hostess led her to a private room on the first floor. She drew a breath and pushed open the door. The oversized room held a round table, packed with people. Every face turned to look at her. She recognized most of them. Duan Jingming's usual circle. Chui Shiai sat at the head of the table. To his right, the other guests were already settled. That on his left sat Duan Jingming, with one empty chair between them. Jiang Wantong was planted right beside Duan Jingming, and next to her sat her so-called knight. He Xiao. Knight was generous. Lapdog was more accurate. The layout made it obvious. That empty seat next to Chui Shiai's and Duan Jingming was meant for her. Chui Shiai's called out, grinning. Little pair, come sit here. He pointed at the empty chair. Wen Li scanned the room, then walked over. She didn't skirt around Jiang Wantong. She passed right by her and settled into the empty seat without a second thought. Duan Jingming's lips twitched into a smug smirk. She could almost hear his self-satisfied thoughts. See? No matter how viciously she cursed me, she still loves me. She stayed away for all of 1 week before crawling back. He'd soften her up again later. Wen Li couldn't have cared less what Duan Jingming was. Thinking that it was just a chair, she wasn't going to overthink it. Even if Duan Jingming sat right next to her. Hell, even if Jiang Wantong did. She'd plant herself here anyway. Not afraid. Not intimidated. She wouldn't let someone else's whims dictate her actions. That was how she lived. The second she sat down, Jiang Wantong leaned her head out from behind Duan Jingming and spoke in a soft, timid voice. Wen Li, did you put on perfume? What's it to you? Wen Li raised an elegant eyebrow. Jiang Wantong flinched back, looking wounded. That scent, it makes it hard for me to breathe. I'm sorry. Could you please borrow a jacket and put it on? The whole room went dead silent. Wen Li's bright, peach blossom eyes sparkled with pure amusement. A light laugh curled her lips. Hard to breathe. Then I suggest you stop breathing entirely, that you'll be much more comfortable as a corpse. He Xiao slammed the table and shot to his feet, playing the white knight for Jiang Wantong. Wen Li, you've got a mouth on you. He Xiao. Duan Jingming's voice cut through, flat and cold. Everyone at the table knew that tone. It was a warning. He Xiao flinched, but gritted his teeth. Brother Duan, Wantong is your girlfriend now that she's not well. You need to figure out who you're supposed to protect, not keep circling back to your childhood sweetheart. Wen Li looked at He Xiao like he was brain dead. Protect her. To her, that kind of protection was just repulsive. She'd rather not have it. He Xiao finished his rant and let Jiang Wantong tug his sleeve, settling back down. Cui Shiai seized the moment. Nobody fights. This is my table tonight. If anyone wants to bicker, take it outside. His gaze landed on Jiang Wantong. Jiang Wantong. Wen Li is my invited guest. If some perfume is making it hard for you to breathe, leave early. That I won't count it as rude. Before the meal even started, Cui Shiai had heard from others that Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong had rekindled their old flame and gone public. That's when he understood why Wen Li had initially refused to come. Duan Jingming had really lost his mind. Cui Shiai was frustrated, but he could only do what he could to back Wen Li. His support drew He Xiao's displeasure. The man clicked his tongue in mockery. Come on, old Shui, where do you learn to play favorites like that? What branch of the military? Teach that. And you're not playing favorites? Cui Shiai shot back. The room went stiff again. Someone tried to smooth things over. All right, a little thing like this isn't worth fighting over. Drink up, everyone. People started eating and pouring drinks, shifting to other topics as if the earlier tension had never happened. Wen Li sat upright, quietly picking at her food, occasionally responding to Cui Shiai's. A waiter came in with the last dish, sticky rice treasure pudding. Her favorite since she was a kid. Back then, Duan Jingming used to tease her that she'd rot her teeth. He hated sweets, but she loved them. In their last life, after they married, he learned to make all kinds of low-sugar desserts, constantly switching up the recipes for her. Maybe back then he was sincere, but now he was reborn in a different time. Different timeline. He had sincerity, but not enough if he wasn't fully hers. Wen Li didn't want him at all. She spun the lazy Susan and brought the pudding in front of her. Just as she picked up her spoon to scoop a small bowl, the dish glided right past her. Turning, she saw Jiang Wantong had spun it away. The woman scooped a big spoonful, then spun the lazy Susan forward, sending the pudding further from Wen Li. Wen Li lowered her gaze with a faint smirk. Petty. Incredibly petty. The lazy Susan was round. After all, Wen Li wasn't in a rush. When the person across finished serving themselves, she spun the pudding back in front of her. This time, she held the table steady with one hand and reached with the spoon in the other. Just as she scooped, a sudden force slammed into the lazy Susan, sending her spoon clattering to the table. The noise drew everyone's attention. Wen Li's face went cold as she shot a glare at the instigator, He Xiao. Duan Jingming put down his phone and also looked at He Xiao. Are you determined to cause trouble tonight? He Xiao shrugged. Brother Duan, that's unfair. I was just spinning to get some food. Who did I upset? Lying through his teeth, Duan Jingming was about to snap back when Jiang Wantong broke into a violent cough. Cough, cough. He forgot everything else, gently patting her back and handing her water. His brows creased with worry. Wen Li caught it from the corner of her eye and let out a cold laugh. Silently, she scooped a fresh spoonful of the pudding and took a small bite. The texture was supposed to be sweet and chewy, but it tasted bitter. Probably the dates inside had gone bad. Bad food shouldn't be eaten. She set the small bowl aside and started on other dishes. Upstairs, in a private room at Xiongchu restaurant, Duan Qiyu was dining with several business partners. The manager stepped in and leaned close to his ear. Boss, the second young master is eating with friends in one of the private rooms downstairs. Should I send a few dishes over? Xiongchu was one of Duan Qiyu's lesser-known private businesses. Only a handful of people knew about it. Duan Qiyu's phoenix eyes lifted slightly. Whose name is the reservation under? Cui Xiai's. A glint crossed Duan Qiyu's eyes. The name wasn't unfamiliar. The Cui family's youngest. Following his father into the military, he was the friend closest to Wen Li out of Duan Jingming's circled that thought. Duan Qiyu pulled out his phone and sent Wen Li a message. Where are you? Downstairs. Wen Li's phone buzzed. She blinked, seeing Duan Qiyu's name. She replied, at a restaurant eating. Which one? Xiongchu. One question. One answer. She had no idea what he was getting at. She was about to ask when a cold voice cut through. Who are you texting? Wen Li immediately hit the lock button. None of your business who I text. Don't start something for nothing. I start something for nothing. Duan Jingming frowned. I can't even ask you one question now. No, you can't. Wen Li put down her spoon and met his intimidating gaze. We broke up. Who are you putting on this show for? Trying to keep one foot in each boat. Not everyone is as cheap as you. Duan Jingming clenched his fists, lowering his voice. I've explained it to you so many times. Whatever happens between me and Jiang Wantong doesn't affect us. She's sick. She doesn't have many years left. That can't you just be understanding? Understanding for her. Who's understanding for me? Wen Li let out a bitter laugh. You explained, sure, but I don't owe it to you to be part of your ridiculous one-man, two-wives fantasy. Duan Jingming's brow furrowed. Do you have to make it sound so harsh? But it's the truth. Wen Li shot back. The air froze solid. She let out a slow breath, evening out her tone. I don't want to fight with you. Let me say this one more time, that I'm not throwing a tantrum, that I genuinely don't care who you're with. Second brother, for the sake of what we had, can we just part amicably? Please, that I'm begging you. Duan Jingming stared deep into her eyes. He found no hint of insincerity. That a wave of panic surged through him, mingling with a rush of anger. Don't even think about it. Jiang Wantong's eyes flew wide, and she grabbed Duan Jingming's arm. Thanks to her grab, Duan Jingming's grip on Wen Li slackened just long enough for Wen Li to jerk her head to the side. The kiss didn't happen. Duan Jingming was already seething. Interrupted now, he didn't hesitate. He shook off the hand holding him and shoved Jiang Wantong away. She stumbled and landed face first on the dining table. Plates, soup bowls, glasses. Everything crashed and clattered in a chaotic symphony. Wantong. He Xiao rushed to help her up, then roared at Duan Jingming. Have you lost your mind? Jiang Wantong was a mess. Grease stains and rice grains clung to her face. Her carefully styled boho look was completely destroyed. Furious as she was, she forced herself to look pitiful. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Jingming, it hurts. Wen Li almost admired the act. The woman deserved an Oscar. The noise snapped Duan Jingming back to his senses. Guilt flooded in as he realized he'd hurt Jiang Wantong by accident. He let go of Wen Li immediately and turned to her. Where did you hit? Are you okay? Do you need a hospital? While they were distracted, Wen Li grabbed her handbag from the chair and moved to leave. She made it 2 steps before He Xiao blocked her path. Think you can walk away after causing all this drama? Not a chance. Apologize to Wantong that if she doesn't forgive you, you're not leaving today. Wen Li just stared at him. Cui Xiai's got up and strode over, shouting at He Xiao. Duan Jingming did the shoving. What's that got to do with little Li? Cui Xiai's was about to fire back, but Wen Li put a hand on his arm, signaling him to stay out of it. Her eyes were bright and locked onto He Xiao. He stiffened under her stare. W, what are you looking at me for? This whole mess is your fault, Wen Li said coolly. One bad apple spoils the barrel. She tilted her head and let out a soft laugh. He Xiao, do you know why Jiang Wantong never gave you a second look? Everyone in the room perked up. Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong turned to watch too. Wen Li had hit a raw nerve that He Xiao was furious, but he was also dying of curiosity. Sure, his looks and family background couldn't compete with Duan Jingming's, but Wantong wasn't that shallow. He'd given her more time, more effort, more care than Duan Jingming ever had to. So why didn't she choose him? Wen Li curved her lips into a smile. Because she has an allergy to stupidity. The words landed. The entire private room went dead silent for a full second. Then He Xiao exploded. Wen Li, you f***ing. Duan Jingming materialized in front of Wen Li, blocking He Xiao. He Xiao's raised hand, and his curses died midair. His face turned the color of pork liver. Brother Duan, you keep protecting this bitch. Are you trying to screw over Wantong? Duan Jingming raised an eyebrow. Whether I screw her over or not is none of your business. If you're that worried, you can treat her better, I don't mind. Jiang Wantong's chest tightened. She dropped her gaze to hide the venom in her eyes. Anyone with eyes could see it. Duan Jingming didn't love her enough. Love was exclusive. He Xiao's hunger for Jiang Wantong was written all over his face. And Duan Jingming, her actual boyfriend, could still say something like that. He was a piece of work. Cui Xiai's couldn't wrap his head around his buddy's moves either. If Duan Jingming didn't like Jiang Wantong, why date her? If he did like her, he sure as hell didn't show it. Maybe the guy was just born cold, destined to break hearts. After Duan Jingming's words, He Xiao was practically fuming that he wanted to slam a fist into Duan Jingming's face, but the heat hadn't completely fried his brain. Duan Jingming rarely got truly angry. When he did, whoever set him off paid a heavy price. Back in high school, some idiot crossed him. Duan Jingming grabbed a bat, broke 3 of the guy's ribs, and stomped every one of his fingers. Even after they healed, those hands were useless, couldn't grip anything. He Xiao forced himself to breathe. He kept his face cold and lowered his voice. Fine, let's set Wantong aside for now, but Wen Li insulted me. Asking her to apologize isn't too much, is it? Duan Jingming shifted half a step to the side and looked at Wen Li. Apologize. Wen Li lifted her chin. Her voice was clear. I'll apologize. But He Xiao accused me without reason first. If anyone needs to apologize, it's him. To me. Duan Jingming turned back to He Xiao that he'd been too busy checking Jiang Wantong for injuries earlier to hear what He Xiao had said. He Xiao felt like he'd already swallowed enough humiliation. Now he had to apologize first. No way. What did I say that was wrong? He Xiao's tone was ice cold. This whole mess was your fault. Wen Li smirked. And what I said wasn't wrong either, that you're a moron. He Xiao shouted. Say that again. Not even the same species. You mother. Duan Jingming clamped a hand on his shoulder. Calm down. I can't calm down. Did you hear what she called me? Wen Li rolled her eyes silently. If she weren't at a physical disadvantage, she wouldn't just be mouthing off. She'd be swinging at this spineless, brainless pig. Duan Jingming gave He Xiao a placating look, then turned back to Wen Li. His tone turned stern. Be good. Apologize to He Xiao. The old Wen Li would have swallowed the insult, but this Wen Li? No way. If she took this lying down, she wouldn't sleep tonight. Or tomorrow night. Every time she remembered it, it would fester like a thorn in her chest. If He Xiao wanted to hit her, let him. Assault was a crime. The cops would handle it. Wen Li lifted her head, proud and cold. I said it first. He apologizes to me. Duan Jingming frowned. He hadn't expected Wen Li to be this stubborn today. The same stubbornness she'd shown when trying to cut ties with him earlier. It set his teeth on edge. He forced himself to stay calm, reached out, and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. His voice softened. Ollie, be good. Apologize to He Xiao, and I'll take you home. Wen Li stared at him. This man was becoming more of a stranger by the second. They locked eyes, silence stretched. Jiang Wantong's gaze burned into Wen Li's face. Duan Jingming never lowered himself for her. Wen Li had no idea how lucky she was, and Jiang Wantong was going to take that luck away. Wen Li kept her gaze cold and unyielding. Seconds ticked by. The man's face hardened. Anger crept in. His sharp, arrogant features darkened. Wen Li, don't be shameless. The words hit hard. It was the first time Duan Jingming had ever said something like that to her. An icy chill settled in her chest. But Wen Li was already dead inside. No pain, just numbness. She didn't even look at him. She stepped around him and faced He Xiao directly. If you want to fight, fight. Stop stalling. He Xiao's face twisted. What's going on in here? A cold, low voice cut through from the doorway. Duan Qiyu stepped inside wearing a bespoke black suit. The lines sharp and immaculate. His white dress shirt buttoned to the collar and finished with a dark blue patterned tie. The simplicity of it only made his presence more overwhelming, but he commanded the room without trying. Wen Li froze. What was he doing here? The people sprawled around watching the drama shot to their feet, chair legs screeching against the marble floor. The private room filled with a sudden chorus of greetings. Brother Yu. Brother Yu. Duan Qiyu wasn't much older than the rest of them, but to this crowd, he was the golden child their parents never stopped talking about. Brilliant, accomplished, the kind of son who never gave his family a single moment of worried. At just 26, he'd already taken over the family empire years ago, becoming the youngest head of the Duan family in his generation. Under his leadership, the Duan businesses had thrived beyond anyone's expectations. The rich kids in Duan Jingming's circle, except for Cui Shiai's, who'd joined the military, were all the type to sit on family shares collecting dividends or run hobby businesses, living as idle playboys with money to burn. Duan Jingming was a little better. At least he ran an entertainment company and a racing club, and he was a professional driver himself. As the head of the Duan family, Duan Qiyu's status put him on equal footing with the parents or even grandparents who actually held power in these other families, and the Duan family outranked every family in that room. The second he appeared, the tension spiked. Brother, what are you doing here? Duan Jingming's anger evaporated the moment he saw his older brother. I'm having dinner with a business partner here. Wen Li let out a quiet breath. At least she hadn't been foolish enough to think he'd come for her. Duan Qiyu gave the dry answer, then turned his gaze to Wen Li, scanning her from head to toe without making a show of it. The moment he'd walked in, he'd felt the hostility in the air. One look told him exactly what was happening, but he gestured toward Wen Li. "Come here." She hesitated for a second, then walked over. Behind her, Duan Jingming frowned, confused. When she stopped in front of him, Duan Qiyu asked flatly, "What happened?" "Nothing. Tell me the truth." Out of sheer respect, and more than a little fear, Wen Li answered honestly. "I got into an argument with He Xiao that he accused me of something first, so I called him out. He wanted an apology that I told him he had to apologize first, that's it." "Did you apologize?" "No." "Good." Wen Li's head snapped up, and she met his dark, piercing eyes. All the weight of the grievance she'd been holding inside suddenly found an outlet. Her eyes stung, her throat tight, like she'd swallowed lead. Duan Qiyu fought the urge to pull her into his arms. He shifted his gaze. "He Xiao. You, brother you." He Xiao flinched, looking up into a pair of cold, sharp eyes that a bad feeling crawled up his spine. Duan Qiyu let out a quiet, humorless laugh. "You're accusing a member of my family." I didn't." He Xiao stammered, completely lost. "Since when were Wen Li and brother you close?" Duan Jingming frowned too. He couldn't figure out why his brother was backing Wen Li, calling her family. Was he actually cold on the outside but soft underneath? Had he misjudged him all these years? No way. When it came to ruthlessness, his brother had him beat by a mile. Jiang Wantong recognized Duan Qiyu. She knew he was the head of the Duan family and Duan Jingming's older brother. When He Xiao couldn't get a word out, she stepped in, her voice soft and reasonable. "Brother Duan, you've misunderstood." He shouted. He wasn't accusing Miss Wen. "It was just a miscommunication that led to a conflict that I apologized to Miss Wen on his behalf. I'm sorry, Miss Wen." Jiang Wantong thought she was being graceful and diplomatic. This would leave a good impression on Duan Qiyu, solidify He Xiao's devotion to her, and show Duan Jingming how reasonable she was compared to Wen Li's drama. Three birds, one stone. Great plan. Terrible execution. Duan Qiyu wasn't buying any of it. His sharp eyes narrowed, his tone icy. "I was asking He Xiao, since you've jumped up to apologize for him, why don't you go all the way and take his punishment too?" Jiang Wantong went pale, stepping back in fear. Duan Jingming immediately put an arm around her shoulders. "Brother, don't pick on her. Then you'll take it for her." Duan Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Duan Jingming said nothing. "Don't pick on me either." The room fell into dead silence. He Xiao gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Brother you, it's my fault that I apologized to Wen Li. I'm sorry." He made sure to strip every trace of emotion from those 3 words. If Duan Qiyu wouldn't even spare his own brother's pride, then He Xiao knew that showing any attitude would mean serious trouble today. The He family couldn't compete with the Duans, and everyone knew Duan Qiyu's reputation. The family's wealth and influence had skyrocketed since he took control. If the He family found out he'd offended this man, they might actually break his legs. He Xiao understood the gap between them, but he knew exactly how replaceable he was in his own family. He repeated himself, this time with forced sincerity. "I'm sorry, Miss Wen." Duan Qiyu looked down at Wen Li. "What punishment do you want?" Wen Li knew the apology only came because of Duan Qiyu. Since He Xiao had backed down, there was no need for her to throw her weight around. Best to let things blow over. She shook her head. "Nothing. I just wanted the apology. Brother you, let's go." Duan Qiyu gave a small nod, shot one last meaningful look at He Xiao, then turned and left. The moment the door closed behind them, it was like a frozen lake cracking open. Everyone exhaled in unison. Jesus, I was terrified. Same that I literally forgot to breathe. Brother Yu is scarier than my own father. No kidding. Piss off your dad. He yells at you. Piss off Brother Yu. He destroys you. Duan number 2. You must never have had a rebellious phase. Big brother energy is real, haha. Duan Jingming ignored their teasing. His mind was still stuck on why his brother had backed Wen Li tonight. Those two had barely exchanged 10 words in their entire lives. Finally, he landed on the most logical answer. Their mom must have told his brother to look out for Wen Li. Brother was closest to their mom at home, so he was just putting on a show to keep Wen Li from complaining. Yeah, that had to be it. The explanation settled him. There was no way those two had any private connection. Outside the private room, Wen Li stopped and turned to Duan Qiyu. Thanks for earlier. Brother Yu. Go ahead and take care of your business. I'm done. Then, Wen Li fidgeted, rubbing her hands together awkwardly. After that night, things between them could never go back to normal. Duan Qiyu watched her flustered expression with a faint smile. Where to? I'll give you a ride. Thanks, Brother Yu. I'm heading home. All right. 5 minutes later, when Li was sitting in his Rolls-Royce, Duan Qiyu pressed a button, and the partition rose, sealing them off from the driver. Suddenly, the spacious back seat felt cramped. Duan Qiyu's presence was just that overwhelming. Even though they sat on opposite sides, the subtle scent of cool sandalwood still invaded her senses that it was uniquely his. Duan Qiyu glanced at Wen Li's bare arms and legs, and his Adam's apple shifted. Cold. No. Actually, she was a little cold that it was the height of summer, and the car's AC was set low. Wen Li had always hated the cold. Her hands and feet turned icy in autumn, long before winter ever arrived. But this was his car, his temperature. She didn't want to bother him. Duan Qiyu caught the tiny hesitation in her voice. Without a word, he raised the temperature to the soft click of the button. Wen Li felt a flush of unexpected warmth. The tightness in her chest loosened just a little that he shrugged off his suit jacket, leaned over, and suddenly invaded her space. The weight settled on her lap, and his low, lazy voice followed. Cover up. Wen Li murmured. Thanks, Brother Yu. She pulled the jacket up, letting the expensive custom fabric wrap around her. So this was how big his clothes were on him. They fit like a second skin. She became acutely aware of the size difference between them. The inside of the jacket still held his body heat. The sandalwood scent turned intimate, curling around her like an embrace that it was strange and wonderful, and it dragged her straight back to that night. Skin against skin, limbs tangled, his burning heat pressed into her. The car glided smoothly down the street. The cabin was silent. When Li's cheeks flushed, she held her breath. Then, summoning every scrap of courage, turned to look at Duan Qiyu. Brother Yu, I figured out how I'm going to make it up to you. Go ahead. It's just, the man's burning gaze pinned her like a low blue flame. Wen Li tried to meet his eyes, but the courage she'd scraped together moments ago drained away like a retreating tide. She couldn't get the words out. Damn it. Choking at the worst possible moment. Duan Qiyu simply watched her, relaxed, waiting. Wen Li forced herself to try again, but her throat locked up. Maybe I'll just type it to you. Okay. The corner of his mouth curved deeper. His Ali was too cute. The man's bearing was elegant, his lowered lashes carrying an understated, restrained sexiness. The flush on Wen Li's face deepened. Maybe her coat was too warm, because heat crept through her whole body. She fumbled her phone out of her bag, opened a chat app, and with trembling fingers typed into the message box. So, about me taking advantage of you last time. I'll let you take advantage of me back to even things out. What do you think? She swallowed her shame. The instant she finished typing, a notification chime sounded from beside her, startling her back to reality. God, what was she thinking? That wasn't compensation. Honestly, it was just the little devil inside her wanting another taste of that man's looks. Delete, delete. Quick. She frantically tapped delete, but her thumb slipped and hit send instead. Wen Li stared at her screen in horror. Thankfully, she managed to recall the message in time. Close call. Why did you recall it? Duan Qiyu's puzzled voice cut through her panic. Wen Li forced a laugh. I decided it wasn't right that I'll think of something else. Duan Qiyu half squinted, his gaze sweeping over her face. I ought to be the one to decide if it's right or not. Wen Li gripped her phone, her breath hitching. Sorry, brother you. I think my brain just short-circuited, total glitch. I'll think harder about how to make it up to you, and let you know. Or if you have any conditions, you can tell me too. Anything except marriage. Duan Qiyu gave her a meaningful look and leaned back in his seat. If you're asking me, I have only one condition for making things even. Marry me. Wen Li's soft eyes lowered, she murmured. Then I guess I'll be the one to think of something. Duan Qiyu turned his head toward her. Wen Li. He said her name, his tone so gentle it was like a call from a dream. She looked up and met his eyes, hearing his low voice. Do you hate me? She froze, then shook her head seriously. No. Then do you like me? His voice seemed even softer than before. When Li's breath caught, her heart slammed against her ribs, her voice tightened. I do like you. Brother you is handsome and capable, and you just helped me, so of course You know that's not what I'm asking, he cut in. Duan Qiyu's voice dropped lower. I'm asking if you have the kind of like between a man and a woman. Do you? Wen Li gripped the edge of her clothes, lips pressed tight. Her mind was a tangled mess. She didn't even know what she felt for Duan Qiyu anymore. He was Duan Jingming's older brother, the man she'd both admired and feared since childhood, the older brother she'd kept at a respectful distance in her past life. But now everything had turned upside down. She still felt that same awe and fear toward him. Yet she couldn't stop herself from coveting his body. She mentally scolded herself. Her silence was the only proof of that inner chaos. Duan Qiyu didn't press further. The silence was within his expectations. His real goal was to force her to think about how she saw him. He couldn't let her stay in her comfort zone. That a little push might help her feelings grow. He was anxious to claim her. But he didn't want to force her into a marriage if he could. He'd rather she chose him willingly. Right now, that was wishful thinking. He gave a self-deprecating smile and said flatly, No need that I already know your answer. Wen Li blinked. She didn't even know what her answer was. Her phone rang with an abrupt incoming call. This time the caller was Cui Shiai's. She picked up, and the man's apologetic voice came through. Little Li Z, I'm really sorry about tonight. It's okay, brother Shiai's. Duan Qiyu subtly shifted closer, using the excuse of picking up his water glass. Cui Shiai said, Good thing brother you showed up tonight, or that second Duan would have kept causing trouble. Wen Li pressed her lips together and didn't respond. Cui Shiai went on. Don't blame me for sticking my nose in. If you still like Duan Jingming, you need to play your cards and keep him close, so he doesn't keep messing around with Jiang Wanta. When Li's gaze hardened, her voice came out firm. Brother Shiai's, it's over between him and me. Whoever he's with is his own choice. Duan Qiyu raised an eyebrow and smirked on the other end. Cui Shiai's expression stiffened. Little Li Z, are you really giving up? Yes. He sighed. Hadn't he predicted this? It had happened faster than he thought. But he knew Duan Jingming well enough. He wouldn't let go that easily. Little Li Z, you need to prepare yourself. Duan Jingming will definitely hound you. But whatever you do, don't provoke him. That if you do, you'll only be the one to get hurt. That was exactly what gave Wen Li a headache. Duan Jingming was the type who seemed normal, but when he lost his temper, he turned into a beast. If you pissed him off, he'd do anything. Back in high school, he'd viciously beaten up some guy who'd crossed him, if not for the Duan family's influence and his own good grades. Given the other guy's condition, Duan Jingming would have been expelled. In the end, it was just a settlement. Sure, that guy had a bad reputation and probably did something repulsive, but there was no need to beat someone to the point of disability. Wen Li's voice carried a hint of mockery. He cheated, and I'm supposed to swallow my pride? I've already been more than civil. If he's still angry, that's his problem. I'm not going to make myself miserable for him. He can beat me to a pulp the way he beat that guy in high school, if he wants. Cui Shiai's paused. Then realization hit. He immediately argued. No matter how pissed Duan Jingming gets, he wouldn't treat you like that. The reason he beat that guy so badly was because of you. Because of me? Wen Li was stunned. Duan Qiyu's cold eyes narrowed. Cui Shiai's voice came again. You didn't know? Right. The things that guy said were so disgusting. Duan Jingming probably didn't want to tell you. Wen Li's eyes narrowed, a sinking feeling settling in her chest. Please, Brother Shiais, tell me clearly. So we're at the club, shooting pool, Cui Shiai said over the phone. This guy and his buddy are drinking, running his mouth about you, saying things he shouldn't. Duan Air overhears, picks up a chair, and smashes it over his head. He doesn't stop. I figure he'll hit him a few times, teach him a lesson, then call it. Nope. He beats him half to death. The guy says he fantasizes about you every day, so Duan Air breaks both his hands. Look, no matter how much Duan Air has moved on, I don't think he'd ever hurt you. You're the little sister he's been protecting since you were kids. There's no way. The silence stretched out long. Wen Li's voice came through flat. Thanks, Shiz. We'll talk another time. She hung up before he could answer. Even Cui Shiai's couldn't guess what Wen Li was feeling. Neither could Duan Qiyu. Sitting right beside her, he watched her, throat tight. Touched. Duan Jingming had once been genuinely good to her. That was exactly why Duan Qiyu had never let himself think about stealing her away. They were in love. How could he break that apart? But things were different now. Duan Jingming's love wasn't pure anymore. If Wen Li stayed, she'd only get hurt. So he had to fight for himself. This time, Wen Li registered the question and gave a bitter smile. Not exactly touched. More like, it hurts. Yuga, how can someone who loved you that much still have room in their heart for someone else? She locked eyes with Duan Qiyu. The knot in his chest loosened. His voice came out low, because he loves himself more. Wen Li froze. All the things she'd ignored or deliberately overlooked came flooding back. Before Jiang Wantong appeared, Wen Li had always believed she was Duan Jingming's one and only. After Jiang Wantong came, the contrast made her rethink everything that he knew. Wen Li liked him, but he still followed his heart and got together with Jiang Wantong. Later, when he couldn't stand the way Wen Li ignored him, he broke up with Jiang Wantong. After that, they acted like friends on the surface, but Wen Li never really knew what lay underneath. That it wasn't until Jiang Wantong passed away that she and Duan Jingming got married. Then came the car accident, the rebirth. Duan Jingming followed his heart again, this time desperate to make up for lost time with Jiang Wantong. From start to finish, his logic was clear that he loved himself more. Duan Qiyu was right. Wen Li felt a sudden release. Duan Jingming did whatever he wanted, never caring who got hurt along the way. When his heart held two people at once, he tried to keep them both. She let out a long breath. In the past, she'd been completely dependent on him. Every move he made could shake her world. Now, she needed to live for herself, stop thinking about who loved her, and start focusing on who she loved. Whoever mattered to her, she'd treat them well. Whoever drained her, she'd walk away from. She'd take control of her own heart. Wen Li broke into a bright smile and winked at Duan Qiyu. Thanks, Yuga. I feel amazing now. He didn't know what had shifted in her head, but seeing her like this, it had to be something good. His lips curled up too. The car stopped outside her apartment building. Wen Li shrugged off the suit jacket draped over her and handed it back. Drive safe, Yuga. She turned to open the door, but his cool voice stopped her. That compensation condition you were thinking about, does it still stand? She twisted to look at him. Which one? Duan Qiyu's lashes flickered. Let me take back that favor. His heart hammered as he held her gaze, tracking every tiny shift in her expression. Huh? Wen Li's mouth twitched. You saw that? She deleted it instantly. Even if he'd been staring at the screen, it was up for less than a second. How could he have remembered? Duan Qiyu had expected this. The moment he saw her struggling to say it, he knew she'd regret it, so he'd locked his eyes on the screen and caught that fleeting image. He hadn't planned to bring it up, but Cui Xiai's call changed his mind. He couldn't let her stay trapped in Duan Jingming's emotional whirlpool forever. The fastest way out of one relationship was into another. He had to overwrite his brother's memory in her heart with his own. The tangled mess rose up in Wen Li's head again. But this time, she didn't stay silent. Give me some time. I need to think about it. How long? A month. 3 days. What? 3 days is too short. He leaned forward. Wen Li pressed back against the door, holding her breath. Duan Qiyu's handsome face filled her vision, his warm breath ghosting over the fine hairs on her cheek. Yuga, she whispered as he reached out, arms circling her slender waist with no real pressure. Wen Li tensed as his well-defined fingers retied the loose belt at her side. Wen Li's thoughts stuttered, Duan Qiyu settled back, watching her with calm amusement. Little Ollie, your face is so red. Is it? It's hot, she cut in. Thanks, Yuga. I'm going now. Face burning, she wanted nothing more than to escape the cramped car. But as she turned to open the door, he caught her wrist. She looked back. Duan Qiyu knocked twice on the partition. Get out. Stand far away. Yes, boss. Wen Li's heart jolted. From the front seat came the sounds of a door opening and closing. The skin under his grip felt like it might catch fire. She panicked. Yuga? Before she could finish, he lifted her and pulled her onto his lap. Wen Li's legs parted as she knelt on the seat, bracing her hands on his shoulders to steady herself. Meeting his eyes, he leaned back against the leather, relaxed and reckless. Long pale fingers gripping her waist. His dark eyes settled on her face, deep and scorching. Wen Li felt feverish. This is the position you like, he said. Shame and anger flooded her. In her mind flashed the video he'd shown her. They were on the couch. Just like this, she yanked her hands off his shoulders, completely at a loss. Yuga, didn't we say 3 days? Her peach blossom eyes shimmered, crystal clear and alluring, holding panic and embarrassment. Duan Qiyu's throat tightened. His grip on her waist unconsciously firmed. That's right. But it doesn't stop me from collecting a little interest first. Wen Li felt like she'd burned straight through her skin. Her body screamed to flee, but a hidden part of her mind secretly anticipated what might come next. Body and mind pulled in opposite directions, tearing her apart. Then he leaned in close. His scorching breath fell on her ear, raising the tiny hairs there. His low, magnetic voice sank into her ear with the warm, moist air. Baby, can I kiss you? Baby? Wen Li's face went bright red. Her fingers curled. Her toes dug into her shoes. She felt like she was sitting on hot coals. She leaned back, trying to put some distance between them. But the moment she shifted, his hand pressed against her lower back, his thumb finding the soft dip at her waist. Ah! A sharp gasp escaped her, and she pitched forward straight into his chest. Getting cozy all by yourself? Duan Qiyu's voice was laced with amusement. She shot him a glare, silently fuming that it was the classic move. Gain the upper hand, then act innocent. SOM. But the look she gave him, far from intimidating, only seemed to stir up more of his mischievous side. Duan Qiyu had only meant to tease her at first, but now, with the woman he cared about looking at him like that, her expression soft and sultry, he felt his own desire begin to smolder. Still, his self-control held that he knew that winning her heart required patience. He couldn't rush her, he had to draw her in slowly, make her come to him willingly. He reached out, gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and gave her a completely innocent smile. Did that get you mad? That night, you were pretty possessive yourself. Yanked my tie, bit my throat, unbuckled my belt, and then, stop talking. Wen Li slapped her hand over his mouth, flustered. I'm not mad. Just shut up. The man blinked his long lashes, his warm breath fanning against her fingers. She yanked her hand back, rubbing her fingertips together. They locked eyes. He said nothing, just watched her. The temperature in the cramped car climbed. Something was sprouting, taking root. Wen Li's heart was a tangled mess. She dropped her gaze and spoke quietly. Brother Yu, I'm a little confused. Can you give me some time? No rush, that I'll wait as long as it takes. His voice was clear and calm. Wen Li froze, lifting her eyes to meet his. Didn't you say 3 days? He smirked. Just messing with you. Then his tone turned serious. You said it yourself. Marriage isn't a game that I've decided on you. But I need you to really want to marry me for it to count. At those words, the tension in Wen Li's muscles eased, and the chaos in her mind scattered like dandelion seeds in the wind. He loosened the arm around her waist and slipped back into his usual composed, aloof demeanor. Go back now. Get some rest. You too, brother Yu. Wen Li climbed out of the car, grabbed her handbag, and opened the door. The summer night breeze hit her, sparking a sudden impulse. She turned around, leaned in, and pressed a feather-like kiss to the side of Duan Qiyu's cheek. Without a word, she hopped out and sprinted away like she was running a 100-meter dash. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, inside the sleek black car, the handsome man sat stunned for a second. Then he lifted his fingers to touch the spot she'd kissed. A thoughtful smile spread across his face. The hot breeze carried away her warmth, but it only added to the unusual thrill of the night. Wen Li ran all the way into the elevator, slumped against the wall, her heart pounding like crazy. What was that just now? In that split second, she'd kissed him without thinking that it wasn't about lust, that it wasn't even a thank you for tonight, that it was just him, Duan Qiyu himself. His pull had made her lose control. And that baby. He had no idea how unfair it was to use that sweet nickname with a face like his and a voice like that. Even the most cold-hearted person would feel their heart skip a beat. And she wasn't cold-hearted at all. Wen Li had been this close to losing it completely. The only thing holding her back was the constant reminder that he was Duan Jingming's older brother. Later that night, after her shower, Wen Li lay in bed sorting through her current situation. She was 100% sure she was completely over Duan Jingming. There was no chance of rekindling anything. But she didn't hate him. After all those years together, what they'd shared wasn't just love. Then there was Duan Qiyu. Wen Li wasn't some naive girl. She knew full well that what she felt for him had a physical side. The kind of compensation she'd proposed earlier said it all. But you couldn't let desire run your decisions. She also knew that she didn't love him. Not yet did I in her mind. He'd always been her respected older brother figure. Now that her feelings had shifted, She was stuck between respect and an undeniable craving for his body. That feeling sucked. Wen Li didn't want this. She'd always been the type to love openly and hate clearly. But with Duan Qiyu, she felt guilty. The more straightforward he was, the more ashamed she felt. She was acting like a player, wanting his body without wanting to take responsibility. And the real reason she avoided commitment, she didn't want to hand over her heart again. She'd loved Duan Jingming with everything she had. But tonight he'd forced her to apologize to someone who'd crossed the line and even hurt her with his words. That once genuine love was tainted now. Duan Qiyu didn't want to marry her out of love. Either that it was just his sense of responsibility toward a partner, a relationship, a marriage. She'd just stumbled into that framework by accident. Wen Li asked herself, did she want that kind of marriage? Objectively, Duan Qiyu was an excellent choice for a partner. Maybe she was being picky, but she didn't think she should just jump into marriage at the very least. They should date first, get to know each other better. After tossing and turning, Wen Li sorted through her thoughts and found her answer. She mustered the courage to open her chat with Duan Qiyu. Typing carefully, she wrote, Brother Yu, I've thought it through that I'm willing to date you with marriage as the premise, but I want to keep it a secret for now that I don't want any outside interference during this time. She read her message 3 times before hitting send. Within seconds, he replied, Duan Qiyu. Okay. The single word on the screen made her instinctively want to smile. She bit her lip to hold it back. Then came another message from him. This time, a 2-second voice note. Good night, baby. His low, magnetic voice buzzed through the phone into her ear. The smile she'd suppressed broke free. Wen Li's fingers slipped and hit the screen lock. The dark screen reflected her beaming face. She quickly lit it up again and typed back, Good night. This time, she didn't add Brother Yu. That night, one man was too happy to sleep. Duan Qiyu pulled out the wallet from his inner pocket. Retrieving a 1-inch photo of Wen Li from when she was 18, he brought it to his lips and pressed a kiss to it. Baby, thank you for giving me a chance that I'm going to make it count. 2 days later, at lunchtime, Wen Li made plans to bring Duan Qiyu his lunch at the company he'd suggested they eat out, but she got a sudden urge to bring him a meal. Now that they were officially dating, she wanted to start acting like a girlfriend. Doing little things for him that it was also a way to get to know each other better, to build something real. She didn't want their connection to be purely physical. Humming with good spirits, she carried the insulated lunch bag into the lobby of the Duan Corporation building. The front desk had been briefed, so she got in without trouble. The elevator doors slid open and a familiar figure stood inside. Ollie, what are you doing here? Wen Li froze, then dropped her gaze. Her voice went cold. None of your business. She stepped into the elevator, but Duan Jingming didn't leave. His eyes swept over her from head to toe, finally landing on the insulated lunch bag in her hand. Bringing food? Who for? Wen Li ignored him, her fingertip pressing the button for the top floor. Duan Jingming's eyes narrowed. The top floor housed the CEO's office and the executive secretarial suite. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Duan Qiyu picked up the internal line. Boss, Miss Wen is on her way up. Duan Qiyu hung up, rose from his desk, straightened his shirt, and strode toward the elevator. He watched the rising numbers on the display, his mood light. He pressed down the corners of his mouth, but anticipation hummed through him at the thought of sharing lunch with Wen Li. Inside the elevator, Duan Jingming shoved his hands in his pockets, all casual bravado. You're not seriously bringing lunch for my brother, are you? Yet I asked that a problem? Wen Li lifted her chin, meeting his eyes. The corners of hers tilted with challenge. Duan Jingming's fingers clenched in his pockets for a beat, then relaxed. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Princess Wen, what act is this? Just because he helped you out of a tiny jam 2 days ago, you're already throwing yourself at him. I've been looking out for you for years. When did you ever try to butter me up? The sourness in his words overflowed. He didn't even need to ask, in his mind. This was all about gratitude. Payback for a favor. That confidence came from years of watching the two of them maintain their careful distance. What he didn't know was that things were different now. Neither Duan Qiyu nor Wen Li were the same people who had kept each other at arm's length. Wen Li blinked, then hit back coldly. You've looked out for me, sure, and I've returned the favor. We're even. Even. Duan Jingming's eyebrow arched mockingly. Li, between us, nothing will ever be even. Wen Li rolled her eyes, her expression saying, think whatever you want. He snorted. Keep your distance from my brother. Don't go hanging around him. He only helped you out of respect for our mom. Don't flatter yourself. I'm not like him. I'm the one who spoils you. A humorless laugh escaped her. Duan Jingming, you're the one flattering yourself. Your narcissism is terminal. Duan Jingming frowned. What's that supposed to mean? You think I don't treat you well enough? She met his gaze head on. You treat me very well. Oh well, I can't stomach it. Please take all that goodness and give it to Jiang Wantong. That I can't handle it. Duan Jingming ground his back teeth. Then his expression shifted back to that lazy, roguish look. Look at you, getting all sharp-tongued, digging at me with all these little barbs. You're really jealous, aren't you? Wantong is Wantong. You're you. In my heart, you matter more. She doesn't know how much time she's got left in this life. You and I, we have years ahead. Why do you need to compete for my attention? Widen your perspective a little, and you'll see I haven't changed. My feelings for you never have. Wen Li felt the blood drain from her body at his self-proclaimed devotion. Ice crept through her veins, 1,000 comebacks screamed in her head, but when she opened her mouth, it all felt pointless. Even arguing with him felt ridiculous, as she boiled everything down to one sentence. Duan Jingming, we're over. Don't tell me what you think. Her expression was calm. Her voice was dead water. That stillness made Duan Jingming freeze. He didn't like this version of her. She was supposed to be alive, whining to him, crying, throwing a tantrum, but he softened his tone, lowering himself. Li, baby. Let's stop fighting. Let your husband handle thanking my brother. I'll take the food up for you. That carrot and stick routine, Duan Jingming had perfected it. Once upon a time, when Li had drowned in his hot and cold games. But now she was sober. She wasn't a masochist. She didn't have a thing for painful love. Hearing that old term of endearment from her past life made her stomach churn. Good thing she hadn't eaten lunch yet. She took a step to the right, putting distance between them, fury sparking. Duan Jingming, are you serious? How many times do I have to say we're done? If you want to make it up to Jiang Wantong, go love her properly. Stay away from me. I'm sick of the sight of you. The smile on his face stiffened, then vanished. His eyes, which carried a hint of Duan Qiyu's chill, turned dark and venomous. Duan Qiyu's coldness was a regal aloofness, a frosty superiority that pushed people miles away. Duan Jingming's coldness was something else, dark and predatory. Usually, he wore a lazy grin, but when his temper snapped, he was a savage beast. Right now, he was about to explode. The moment the words left her mouth, her shoulder was shoved backward. Her back slammed against the elevator wall with a thud. Duan Jingming planted his hands on either side of her, boxing her in between his body and the metal. Sick of me. Wen Li. Say that again. I dare you. Wen Li didn't dare. Not because she was afraid he'd hit her. She was terrified he'd kiss her if he used force. She couldn't get away. She stayed silent, counting the agonizing seconds until the doors opened. Tension coiled between them. But Duan Jingming had other ideas. Seeing her not fight back, his anger ebbed a little. His eyes fixed on her small face, still familiar, yet worlds apart from the woman who had once been soft and adoring with him. He couldn't help wondering, had he really gone too far this time? He just didn't want regrets in this life. Jiang Wantong didn't have long to live. His feelings for her were just pity. Wen Li knew Wantong wasn't a real threat. Why couldn't she be more understanding? Did years of love really have to end like this? Staring at her face, so long untouched by him, his thoughts started drifting that he murmured, "Li." She saw him lean in. An alarm screamed in her head. No, he was going to. Duan Jingming, let go of me. Baby, just one kiss. Get away from me. She struggled that he pressed. They tangled in the confined space. The elevator chimed. The doors slid open slowly, revealing a tall figure standing in the doorway. In the elevator, they both froze mid-motion. Duan Jingming let go. Wen Li straightened her blouse, clutched the bag tighter, and stepped out to stand beside Duan Qiyu. Duan Jingming followed, mouth opening. Brother, the punch landed square on his jaw, hard enough to drop him. Wen Li gasped, hand flying to her lips before she forced it down. You go. She did not want to see the Duan brothers fight. Not now. The weight of that tension would crush her. Duan Qiyu held back one blow, and he stopped. Duan Jingming's head rang. He scrambled up, swiped the back of his hand across his bloody mouth, and glared. Have you lost your mind? What did I do to you? Duan Qiyu towered over him by 5 centimeters, all 188 centimeters of controlled menace. His white shirt sleeves were rolled to the forearm, exposing strong wrists and the fine web of veins beneath the skin. The cold gleam of his metal watch face matched the narrow cut of his phoenix eyes. His pupils were pure black, and the look he gave his brother was dead, flat, empty. He still hadn't said a word, and Duan Jingming's fury was already bleeding out. Brother, why did you hit me? Duan Qiyu's voice was ice. Since when does the Duan family raise a rapist? I am not. Duan Jingming shot back. No. Duan Qiyu's brow lowered. Couldn't you see she didn't want it? The commotion drew a few faces from the CEO's secretarial office. Duan Jingming had never been humiliated like this. His brother's punch had been vicious. His mouth was full of blood. His face burned. Ali and I are just fighting. This is between me and her. Brother, that you're meddling too much. Wen Li shifted her gaze from Duan Qiyu to Duan Jingming and cut in. Who's fighting with you? You were forcing me. Duan Jingming nearly choked. He shot her a glare. Stay out of this. Then back to Duan Qiyu. Brother, Ali is mine, not a Duan family member. Whatever happens between us is our business. It has nothing to do with you. Duan Qiyu's tone dropped further. She is herself. You are you. She is not your property. The Duan family never taught you to disrespect others. He let the silence stretch, then spoke again. If you want me to stay out of it, fine. Give up everything that belongs to the Duan family. Leave with nothing. Change your name. Whether you're a rapist or a murderer, it won't concern me. Wen Li shivered. She had heard stories about Duan Qiyu's coldness, but in all her years with the Duan family, that ice was only for outsiders. Toward family, he was warm, but this was a side of him Duan Jingming could not handle. She wasn't arrogant enough to think Duan Qiyu was fighting for her sake. More likely, he couldn't stomach his brother's moral failure and elder brother acting like a father, scaring Duan Jingming straight. And Duan Jingming knew his brother meant every word. Duan Qiyu had rarely disciplined him growing up. Their lives ran on different tracks, in different circles. The elder brother's brilliance was enough to illuminate the entire Duan family. They had never demanded much of the second son, that he could do whatever he pleased. race cars, run clubs, manage entertainment companies, as long as he stayed within the law. Their parents raised him loosely, and Duan Qiyu, as the older brother, said even less. Now, threatening to kick him out of the family? That was real, ever since. Duan Qiyu took control at 18. The Duan family answered to him if Duan Jingming really pissed his brother off. Even their parents and grandfather combined couldn't save him. Duan Jingming wasn't stupid enough to trade his cushy life for hard labor. The only advantage his rebirth had given him was a knack for investments. True big ambitions? He lacked the skills that he knew his limits. Since he couldn't match his brother, he had to bow. He forced down the rage and resentment, raked a hand through his hair, and muttered an apology. "Brother, I'm sorry that I was wrong." Duan Qiyu's voice stayed cold. "I'm not the one you need to apologize to." Duan Jingming choked. He turned to Wen Li. He'd apologized to her before easily enough. But this was the first time someone had forced him to. It felt awful, like Duan Qiyu and Wen Li were on the same side. And he was the outsider. Still, he swallowed his pride. "Sorry, Ali, second brother was wrong." Wen Li was uncomfortable too. Her breath hitched. She awkwardly tugged at Duan Qiyu's sleeve. "You go. Let's go eat." Duan Qiyu took the bag from her hand. "Let's go." Duan Jingming took a step to follow, but Duan Qiyu's freezing stare pinned him in place. A strange unease crawled up his spine. A ridiculous thought surfaced. Could his brother, like Ali? He crushed it the instant it appeared impossible. In the past decade or so, plus the extra years from his rebirth, there had never been a single spark between them that if something were going to happen, it would have by now. Duan Jingming exhaled. Right. Besides, his brother would never go for a woman like Ali. A cold, sex-repulsed man like Duan Qiyu needed someone with serious skill. Someone seductive, sharp, with high emotional intelligence and high IQ. Because his brother despised stupidity. Even Duan Jingming, who considered himself clever, had been looked at like an idiot when his brother tutored him as a kid. That expression said, "You can't figure this out," and when he'd work it out on scratch paper, his brother's face said, "You need scratch paper for that. The answer's obvious, isn't it? One lesson," and Duan Qiyu refused to teach him again. When Li's brain couldn't even match his own, Duan Qiyu would definitely look down on her. And over the years, plenty of high IQ seductive beauties had thrown themselves at Duan Qiyu. None succeeded. What did that prove? His brother was too narcissistic. He thought no one was good enough for him. That analysis left Duan Jingming feeling light and worry-free. He planned to wait outside and pick up Wen Li. Then his phone buzzed. Jiang Wantong calling. "Jingming, can you come to my place?" "What's wrong?" Her voice softened, turned sweet. I twisted my ankle. It hurts so much. Don't move. I'll come find you." He hung up, glanced toward the CEO's office, and stepped into the elevator. Ali was safe with his brother. Wantong needed him now. Inside the CEO's office, Wen Li sat stiffly on the break room couch. A low table in front of her held a light meal. She had made sure to order simple dishes. She knew he couldn't handle heavy oil or spice. Duan Qiyu sat beside her. She pulled out a pair of chopsticks. "New ones. I washed them." "Thanks." He took them. She grabbed her own chopsticks and aimed for a mushroom when his low, clear voice sounded beside her. "Did he kiss you?" Her grip loosened. The mushroom slipped back onto the plate. That topic jump was a little fast, wasn't it? His dark eyes turned to watch her. He repeated himself. "Did he kiss you?" "No." She replayed the elevator scene in her mind. For some reason, the thought of Duan Qiyu witnessing it made her cringe. It wasn't her fault. But their tangled three-way relationship was awkward enough. At least Duan Jingming remained clueless. She dreaded the stunt he'd pull if he ever found out. Duan Qiyu's slight frown eased. His lips curved into a faint smile. Don't get me wrong that I'm not interrogating you as your boyfriend, that I was worried that if someone had kissed you, it might have caused some psychological trauma. Wen Li looked up, blurting before she could stop herself. And if I had been kissed, what would you have done? She regretted the question the moment it left her lips. Such a stupid thing to ask. Duan Qiyu picked up the watermelon juice he'd brought and took a sip. Just as she was about to take it back, his face leaned in, stopping a breath away. Wen Li's nerves jumped. She held her breath, her gaze helplessly drawn to his lips, barely pressed together. She could almost smell the sweet watermelon that he paused, giving her time to pull away. When she didn't, Duan Qiyu tilted his head and brushed his lips against hers, soft and cool, moist with the juice that a hand slid around her waist and tugged her closer. The scent intensified. Almost on instinct, Wen Li parted her lips, the tiny trickle of sweet watermelon slipped into her mouth, like a summer night breeze drifting through her heart, intoxicating. The kiss was brief. He drew back. Wen Li blinked. Duan Qiyu's gaze dropped to her as he said, slowly, I'll refresh your memory with my kiss. It felt like a feather brushing against her heart, a faint tickle left behind. Wen Li dropped her gaze, a tiny hum escaping her. She fixed her eyes on his shirt front, aware of his stare. His low, husky voice drifted down. Your ears are really red. If he hadn't said it, she might have managed. Now, her ears burned like fire, fireworks crackling in her head. She forced herself to stay calm, looked up, and babbled. Yeah. It's just your lounge that's too hot that I was actually going to ask you to turn down the AC earlier, but I didn't want to say anything that I'm fine. Let's eat. The food's getting cold. When people were nervous, they either went silent, stammered, or talked too much. Wen Li was a textbook case of the last one. Duan Qiyu let out a sudden laugh, clear and light. So close. She could feel the vibration in his chest, and her heart seemed to beat in time with his. He stopped, still smiling. Baby, you're so cute when you're nervous. Wen Li mentally groaned. Save me. This man was entirely too intoxicating. Her toes curled. She wanted to turn into a bolt of lightning and zap right out of there. Even back when she'd first fallen for Duan Jingming, she'd never felt this flustered or embarrassed. Maybe because she and Jingming had grown up together, playmate, then older brother figure, then the boy she liked. It had felt almost natural, inevitable. But Duan Qiyu was different. They knew each other, sure, but they weren't close, not. Really, they'd jumped straight into the adult stuff from the start, and now her body went into overdrive around him. The man was a walking pheromone. Wen Li had to own up to it. Deep down, she was a bit of a hornball, the quiet, sneaky kind. Baby, I want to kiss you again. The words came from above her head, and before Wen Li could process them, his lips were on hers. If the first kiss had been a mere taste, a brush and retreat, this one was different. The instant they touched, his kiss was fierce, pushing past her teeth to delve deep. One hand gripped her waist, and the other cradled the back of her head, holding her so she couldn't pull away. His long fingers brushed along her jawline, rough pads stroking her skin, a gentle touch that stood in sharp contrast to the demanding kiss. As if she were something precious, he controlled the rhythm completely. She had no choice but to yield, but she couldn't deny she liked it. Heat burned from within, seeping through her pores into a fine sweat. She was wrapped in a warm fog, her brain useless. The kiss stretched on. When Duan Qiyu finally released her, Wen Li dropped her head onto his shoulder. Gasping for air, he let her lean there until her breathing steadied and her mind cleared. She straightened up, face still warm. The deep kiss had mostly melted away her earlier embarrassment. Qiyu, let's eat. Okay. His voice was low and a little hoarse. He sat back down. Wen Li sensed something off about him, but she couldn't pinpoint it felt like after that deep kiss. His whole energy had shifted downward. She'd felt his body tense when she'd leaned on him. It never occurred to her to think that way. Ever since she was a girl, Duan Qiyu had been the lofty, untouchable type, above the world. Even though he'd been the one to close the distance, Wen Li didn't believe he actually liked her that much. What they had was just good chemistry. Their bodies clicked. They asked for real feelings. She wasn't sure of her own, let alone his. She figured a man like him probably didn't have strong emotions anyway. Seeing Duan Qiyu slide back into his usual elegant, aloof demeanor so quickly made something catch in her chest. The man who'd laughed so freely and kissed her so fiercely might as well have never existed right in those strong feelings. She sighed quietly. Was she getting too caught up, remembering everything with Duan? Jingming. She reeled her emotions back in and put them away. Duan Qiyu's looks were tempting, but she couldn't allow herself to get greedy. This relationship was brand new. She needed to take it slow, observe, see where it went. Duan Qiyu picked up his chopsticks and kept eating, looking perfectly composed. If he'd known what was going through Wen Li's mind, he would have insisted on his innocence. God only knew how much self-control he'd needed to pull back. The girl he'd secretly loved for years was right there in his arms, letting him kiss her. Without his iron will, things would have spiraled fast. They'd just gotten together, without any emotional foundation. He knew that if he didn't hold back, he'd scare her off. Because of that kiss, Wen Li felt more at ease around him, which was a good thing. But for some reason, she couldn't quite cheer up. She knew she was feeling down because he wasn't feeling the same intensity she was. She was expecting too much. She understood the logic. She just needed time to adjust. Duan Qiyu could tell something was off with her mood. Had he kissed her too hard? Afraid he'd made a bad impression, he immediately asked, "Baby, are you mad?" Wen Li blinked. No. She wasn't mad. Duan Qiyu studied her. But you seem upset. Her chopsticks paused. A flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. There was no way she could say out loud what she was really thinking. She made up an excuse. I'm not. Jude, I'm just sleepy from eating. She couldn't tell if he bought it. Then he said, do you want to take a nap here in my room? Wen Li's gaze flicked to the big black bed nearby. Her voice came out strange. No thanks, that I have things to do later. Duan Qiyu didn't push it. They quickly finished eating. He moved to clear the table, but Wen Li stopped him. No, I've got it. She stood up a little too fast. Her toe caught on something, and she started to tip sideways. A hand grabbed her wrist and yanked her diagonally. Her body spun nearly 90 degrees, and she lost her balance, falling into his warm, solid chest. Duan Qiyu was still on the couch. Wen Li ended up half on top of him, facing him, her hand landing right where it shouldn't. Wen Li's face flushed bright red all the way to her neck, her brain exploding like a firework. She quickly lifted her hands and straightened up, her palms immediately slick with nervous sweat. Brother, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Wen Li didn't know what to do with herself. She wished she could just bash her head into a wall. God, how did she let something like this happen? She knew that area was sensitive on a man, and she'd lunged at him with a lot of force. The pressure she'd applied had to have been significant if she'd actually hurt him. She wouldn't just have to answer to Duan Qiyu and his parents. She wouldn't be able to live with herself. Wen Li was on the verge of tears, too afraid to think about it further. Duan Qiyu fought to control his body's reaction. Seeing Wen Li so panicked she was about to cry, her hands twisting together helplessly, he reached out and took her hand in his. It's fine. A little pressure won't do anything. Don't be scared. Wen Li's peach blossom eyes were misted over. Are you sure? Duan Qiyu lifted his gaze, a clash of bold sensuality and cool restraint in his eyes as they fixed on her face. If you don't believe me, why don't you check for yourself? Wen Li could only stare at him, speechless. I'm kidding. The sound of his clear, amused voice made her whole body relax with relief. Duan Qiyu acted as if nothing had happened, releasing her hand and turning to clear the lunch containers from the table. Leave the boxes here, I'll wash them and bring them to you later. He deliberately changed the subject, and warmth spread through Wen Li's chest. She curved her lips. No need to go to the trouble that I'll take the containers with me if you need lunch tomorrow. Brother you, I can bring it again. Duan Qiyu's breath caught for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth lifted. Is this your way of making it up to me? Wen Li blinked. Not really, I just want to repay you, brother you. He looked at her. If you really want to repay me, then from now on, call me something different in private. We're in a relationship now, after all, one that's marriage-oriented. Duan Qiyu seized the opportunity to lay down his request. He wanted to gradually change the way she saw him. Less as someone to revere, more as a lover. After that awkward mishap, Wen Li would agree to almost anything he asked, as long as it wasn't too extreme. She was feeling indebted and eager to make it right. What would you like me to call you, brother you? Duan Qiyu smirked. Something more intimate. Wen Li lowered her eyes. Do you have any specific suggestions? He turned the question back on her. What do you want to call me? She shook her head. She honestly didn't know what would be appropriate. Duan Qiyu let out a soft laugh. It's fine that we can figure it out later. Wen Li exhaled in relief and lifted her face with a smile. Okay, brother you. Duan Qiyu smiled back, that a quiet warmth and tenderness spread between them. What Wen Li didn't realize was that not all feelings crash in like a tidal wave. Some are built from tiny moments of emotion, stacking up until you don't notice them anymore, until they've already sunk deep into your bones. Duan Jingming drove to Jiang Wantong's place. It was an old two-bedroom apartment in a rundown neighborhood. Jiang Wantong came from a poor family. Because she was an excellent student, beautiful, and had a congenital heart condition, she'd received help from kind-hearted people in the community as she'd worked hard and used the money and resources to get into Kyoto University, where her family's poverty and health issues earned her a school scholarship. Outside of class, she took part-time jobs to cover living expenses and still found time for campus activities. Her reputation at school was spotless. She had no shortage of admirers, but no one ever accused her of clinging to the wealthy. Instead, stories spread about her rejection of money and status, her perseverance, and her gentle kindness. That was why, when Jiang Wantong confessed to Duan Jingming, he was captivated in that moment. He forgot about the girl next door, the one he'd grown up with, the one whose every thought had always been for him. They dated briefly for 2 months, but Duan Jingming couldn't stand being ignored by Wen Li. After much thought, he ended things. But that rushed breakup made him pay extra attention to Jiang Wantong in the months that followed. Though he never crossed any lines. Only he knew if his conscience was truly clean. Now that he'd been given a second chance, it was clear the ghost of that old desire no longer wanted to hide. Duan Jingming walked into the apartment and scooped up Jiang Wantong, who had hopped to the door on one foot to let him in, and carried her to the sofa. How'd you hurt your foot? Jiang Wantong explained softly. The light bulb burned out. I was standing on a stool to change it, and fell. She was so cautious about her health, it was clearly a lie. Ever since the welcome dinner at Shui Xiai's 2 days ago, Duan Jingming had been deliberately keeping his distance. She didn't have to guess why. It was because of Wen Li. If she didn't play a few tricks, how else would she get his attention? After hearing her explanation, Duan Jingming frowned, displeased. I told you to move into one of my properties. There'd be a housekeeper to take care of you, but you refused. I know you're too proud to lean on anyone, but we're in a relationship now. You don't have to be so distant with me." Jiang Wantong blinked her glossy eyes and said in a sweet voice, "I was worried Wen Li might misunderstand. She already has such a problem with me. If she found out I was living in your place, she'd definitely start a fight with you again." At that, Duan Jingming's thoughts drifted back to their conversation in the elevator not long ago. The way Wen Li had forcefully cut ties with him, and irritation flooded through him. He let out a cold laugh. "You don't need to worry about her. She's just spoiled from how much I've indulged her. I told you, for these 3 years, you can ask me for anything as long as I can do it. I won't say no. I'll handle the rest with Ali." Jiang Wantong didn't know why Duan Jingming had set a 3-year limit on their arrangement, but it didn't matter. All she knew was that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the start of changing her fate, marrying the man she loved, and building the life she wanted. Every bit of effort she'd put into crafting her image and quietly undermining Wen Li over the years had been worth it. She would use these 3 years to push Wen Li completely out of Duan Jingming's world. A dark gleam flashed in Jiang Wantong's eyes as she spoke in a gentle tone. "You know, all I want is to be your wife. Even if it's only for 3 years, I'll be content." When Duan Jingming had first proposed the 3-year arrangement, he'd made it clear. He could publicly acknowledge their relationship, but she had no right to interfere in his dealings with Wen Li. In other words, he wanted to have his cake and eat it too. For Jiang Wantong, it was like a gift from heaven. She would have taken it even if it meant being a mistress or a secret lover. After all, he was Duan Jingming. Every woman wanted a piece of him. The proposal put Wen Li at a huge disadvantage, and Jiang Wantong was the one benefiting. So she fully leaned into the act of having it both ways, pretending to be generous and understanding. When she tried to push forward with the marriage this time, however, Duan Jingming hesitated. He didn't agree like last time. Back then, right after he'd been reborn, joy had clouded his judgment. Seeing Jiang Wantong alive and well, he'd impulsively offered her the 3-year deal. When she'd asked for marriage, he'd agreed without a second thought. He'd expected that Wen Li, who had always been wholeheartedly devoted to him, would just need a little coaxing to wait 3 years. But he hadn't anticipated that Wen Li had also been reborn, and now she was determined to cut all ties with him. Duan Jingming was afraid. He was terrified that if he married Jiang Wantong, he'd lose Wen Li for good. Seeing his silence, Jiang Wantong tightened her fists, a dark expression clouding her face. "Damn Wen Li. Without you, Duan Jingming would be mine alone." Jiang Wantong played the retreat to advance move perfectly, her voice soft and tender. "It's fine, Jingming. Forget I said anything. Honestly, this is enough. As long as I'm with you, I'm happy." Duan Jingming looked at her, pity shading his gaze. "Wantong, you're too good to me. It kills me." She seized the opening, looping her arms around his neck and pressing her lips to his. They kissed, and the way he leaned into it filled her with satisfaction. She wanted more. Back when they were together 2 months ago, they'd only kissed a handful of times. Now it was the same. Just kisses. Every time she tried to push further, he pulled away. Jiang Wantong understood why he was staying faithful to Wen Li. Duan Jingming still wouldn't cross that line, but she was determined to break it. Her hand slid down to his belt buckle. His phone rang before she got any further. She ignored it and kept working at the buckle. He grabbed her wrist. "That's enough." His voice dropped low. She let go, reluctant. Duan Jingming picked up his phone, checked the caller ID, and answered. A young man's voice burst through immediately. "Brother-in-law, someone's messing with me. I need backup." "Where?" Club 0, room 207. The call ended. Jiang Wantong's curiosity sharpened. Who was that? Why'd he call you brother-in-law? Duan Jingming said. Wen Li's younger brother. Wen Li. Again. Rage flared inside Jiang Wantong before she could stop it. The question came out like an accusation. Why are you getting involved with Wen Li's brother? The moment the words left her mouth, the warmth between them evaporated. Her stomach dropped. Duan Jingming's eyes went cold. A thin, humorless smile curved his lips. Wantong, you crossed a line. Do it again, and our 3-year agreement ends early. Jiang Wantong felt like she'd plunged into freezing water. I understand. The door slammed. She grabbed the glass from the table and hurled it at the floor. Wen Li. You persistent bitch. Just wait that I'll rip you out of Duan Jingming's heart. Roots and all. Club 0, room 207. A dozen people stood split into 2 hostile groups. Glaring like a brawl was seconds away. That on the center sofa sat 2 cocky young men. One wore a red leather jacket and pants so baggy they puddled on the floor. His hair dyed a screaming red. He looked like a street punk with no impulse control. The other sported a loud, short-sleeved shirt, knee-length shorts, and designer flip-flops. Both were 21, both good-looking. Chen Su lit a cigarette and sneered. I'm right here to let's see who you bring. When Ling didn't back down, he lit his own cigarette and scoffed. Just wait, I'm gonna scare the hell out of you. Trash. Idiot. The whole standoff had started over something almost too stupid to say out loud. Chen Su bumped into Wen Ling in the hallway outside the room. He meant to apologize and move on. Before he could get a word out, Wen Ling started cursing. Watch where you're going. Chen Su was the youngest in his family, spoiled rotten by parents who'd had him late in life. That he fired right back. The hell? I'll run you over if I feel like it. And that was at point 2 stubborn rich kids going head-to-head. Wen Ling had been raised as the golden boy of the Wen family, pampered, entitled, always picking fights even when he was dead wrong. There was no way he was swallowing this. Chen Su was the youngest son of the big whale group, that a little demon prince in his own right. Equally spoiled. That it was ego versus ego. Point 2 second-generation heirs. And the battle came down to who had more pull. For an ordinary family, the One Corporation was a big deal. But, nationally, they ranked somewhere around 4th or 5th tier. Big Whale Group sat in the 2nd or 3rd. Wen Ling was outmatched. But he was no stranger to throwing his connections around. Once he learned Chen Su's background, he called in reinforcements. The saying went, the world runs on favors and connections, not just fists. In the capital, Chen Su had been strutting around for years without meeting anyone who wouldn't bow to his family name. He wanted to see what kind of heavy hitter someone like Wen Ling could actually summon. Both sides had their crews. Neither wanted to lose face. That a minor collision had blown up into. The door swung open. Duan Jingming walked in. Wen Ling shot off the couch like he'd been launched, more excited than if his own parents had shown up. He rushed over. Brother-in-law, it's this guy. He bumped into me and didn't even apologize. Total jerk. Wen Ling jabbed a finger at Chen Su with the loyalty of a trained guard dog, then leaned in to whisper. He's the youngest son of the big whale group. Duan Jingming gave a slight nod. Understood. Wen Ling saw his brother-in-law's expression didn't shift at all and knew he was covered. He didn't really know where the Duan family ranked in the capital. He only knew that his whole life, whenever he got into trouble, Duan Jingming had always pulled him out. Chen Su wasn't stupid. Growing up rich, he'd learned to read people fast. The man who walked and looked young, maybe a year or 2 older than him. But the presence he carried was overwhelming. A faint smile rested on his lips, but there was nothing soft about it. Chen Su asked, Who are you? Duan Jingming. Duan. A bad feeling crept in. What's your connection to the Duan family in the capital? Please don't be connected. Main family, I'm the second son. You're the second young Master Duan. Chen Su jumped off the couch. Every rich kid in the capital's party scene had heard of the second young Master Duan. They were all second generation, sure, but there were levels. Chen Su and his crew came from wealthy families. The Duan family was an elite dynasty, power and money stretching back generations. And Duan Jingming wasn't some idle playboy. He was a professional race car driver with international awards. He owned the capital's biggest racing club and ran entertainment and film companies. The man had connections everywhere. Damn that he'd kicked a steel wall. Even his own father would have to smile and play nice with the second young Master Duan. Chen Su knew when to fold. He grabbed a cigarette from the table and held it out to Duan Jingming, plastering on a friendly grin. Brother Duan, I had no idea. Don't be mad. Come sit. Let me pour you a drink to make it right. His fawning was even more over the top than Wen Ling's had been. Wen Ling watched, pure satisfaction rolling off him. He deliberately kept quiet about who he was calling. This was exactly the reaction he'd wanted. So damn satisfying. Chen Su saw that Duan Jingming ignored the cigarette and just looked at him with that faint, unreadable smile. He realized he needed to grovel harder. He turned to Wen Ling. Brother Wen, it was my fault. That I'm sorry, really. No hard feelings, right? I'll drink as punishment that we're friends now. Let's hang out sometime. Wen Ling's crew stared at him with awe. He soaked up the ego boost. Chen Su was still the youngest son of Big Whale Group. Being friends with him came with plenty of perks. Fine friends. Duan Jingming saw the situation was handled and turned to leave. Wen Ling grabbed his shoulder. Brother-in-law, have a drink before you go. I actually need to talk to you about something. His grinning face told Duan Jingming exactly what it was. How much? Busted. Wen Ling rubbed his nose sheepishly. I found a car I really want. 0.2 million. My parents would never buy me something like that. Duan Jingming didn't hesitate. He pulled out his phone. A notification chimed on Wen Ling's phone. 0.2 million received. Brother-in-law, you're the best. God, I love you. Wen Li must have saved the world in a past life. Being with you is the luckiest thing that ever happened to her. He practically bounced with joy. Chen Su watched, green with envy. Damn, who was Wen Ling's sister to land the second young Master Duan and have him throwing cash around for her brother like pocket change? 2 million, just like that? Didn't even blink. And it sure didn't look like the first time. Duan Jingming pocketed his phone and fixed Wen Ling with a steady look. I'm sending you gifts, you know what to do. Wen Ling stopped bouncing and straightened up. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I'll make sure my parents don't give Wen Li any trouble. Or me either. This backroom deal had been running for years. Wen Ling, the Wen family's prized son, was the fragile bridge between his parents and Wen Li. Duan Jingming nodded, then added, your sister's been in a mood with me lately. If you see her, put in a good word. At the time, he had no idea that casual remark would light a fire he couldn't put out. No problem, brother-in-law. The second Duan Jingming was gone. Wen Ling pulled out his phone and called Wen Li. 0.2 million in the bank. Time to earn it. Wen Li had just gotten home. She stared at the incoming call for 2 seconds before answering. Talk. Her flat, cold tone was the standard greeting she gave anyone from the Wen family. Wen Ling kicked his feet up on the table, smug. You've been giving Jingming a hard time lately. Who told you that? I heard about it. Don't worry about who. I'm telling you. Don't act like you don't know what you've got. He's so damn good to you. You know how many people would kill to be in your shoes? You envy him. Wen Li's laugh was sharp. Then go sleep with him yourself. Are you insane? That's not even human. Wen Ling dropped his feet to the floor. The room went quiet. Chen Su, sitting nearby, spat out his drink No wonder this woman had landed the second young master Duan.1 sentence, and she'd gutted him. Wen Ling hadn't expected her to come back with that much bite. Rage surged, and he forgot every promise he'd made to Duan Jingming. Listen, Wen Li, the only reason Jingming even tolerates you is that he's too nice. If you screw this up and he dumps you, the Wen family will throw you out too. How the hell did mom and dad raise such a fool? A golden ticket handed to you, and you can't even hold on to it? You're useless. All that pretty face, and for what? Nothing, that you're only good for getting used. His mouth ran like a machine gun, spitting insults one after another. Everyone else in the room stared in shock. Chen Su's jaw hung open. Wen Ling actually talked to his sister like that. The relationship between them was seriously broken. When Wen Ling finally stopped, the line was quiet except for soft, steady breathing. A long pause. Wen Li's voice came through, eerily calm. Where? Wen Ling spat out the address without thinking. Club 0, room 207. Wen Li said, wait. Wen Li hung up the phone and yanked open her closet. She pulled out a summer athletic outfit. A white slim-fit cropped short sleeve, black high-waisted stretch straight-leg pants, and a pair of simple white sneakers. She grabbed a small black techwear crossbody bag for her phone and keys. Then she gathered her curly hair into a high ponytail with a white elastic. Sharp and effortlessly cool. She walked out, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for 0 Club. In the cab, the driver, a middle-aged guy, took one look at this badass young woman and couldn't help himself. Miss, you got a boyfriend? My son's doing his master's at Jingda. Good-looking kid. Want me to set you up? No need. He didn't give up. Don't say no so fast, miss. Add him on WeChat. Get to know him a little. Even if you do have a boyfriend, it's fine. As long as you're not married. You should shop around. You know the saying, men fear the wrong career, women fear the wrong husband. That can't be too careful with marriage. Wen Li shifted her gaze from the window to the driver. I have a husband. What? You have a husband? You got married that young? Her eyes went cold, her tone sharp. What? You want me to see my marriage certificate? Murderous intent. The driver shook his head awkwardly. No need. He clamped his mouth shut. This girl was clearly in a bad mood. He'd almost walked right into her crosshairs. Room 207, Wen Ling stared at the disconnected call and cursed. Fucked, temper's gotten worse. This woman's lost it. Beside him, Chen Su swirled his glass, a curious smile on his face. Wen Ling, from where I'm sitting, your sister's coming to kick your ass. Kick my ass. Wen Ling laughed like it was the biggest joke he'd ever heard. Huh? Bro, you don't know her. My sister hasn't hit anyone since the day she was born. She doesn't know how to fight. Lately she's been on some kind of edge, talking back and stuff. But before, total pushover. Still is. He snorted. Honestly, if it weren't for my brother-in-law, I wouldn't bother with her. Chen Su didn't know the family dynamic well. Maybe he'd misjudged. Then why'd she tell you to wait? What's she coming for? Wen Ling blinked, thinking, probably got steamrolled by my epic roast, and wants to go another round face-to-face. Gotta admit, she's got more guts now. Fine, let her come. I'll make her cry. Chen Su shook his head. These siblings had a terrible relationship, but he didn't realize it was about to get even worse. And he'd have a front row seat. 40 minutes later, Wen Li stood outside room 207 as she pushed open the door and was immediately swallowed by deafening party music that a dozen young guys were drinking, chatting, singing. Total chaos. The guy with the mic at the front spotted her first and yelled into it. Whoa, where'd this stunner come from? The voice boomed through the room. Wen Ling, who'd been playing a drinking game with Chen Su, stopped. He motioned for a flunky to kill the music. The noise died. All eyes fell on Wen Li. Only when Ling looked unbothered, Chin Su's eyes went wide. Holy shit, your sister's gorgeous. No wonder Duan Air liked her, that he'd spoil her too. Wen Li in simple casual wear looked like a beautifully detailed figure come to life. Not that exaggerated, proportions off, kind of hot. Her figure was perfect. Everything just right. One point more would be too much, one less too plain. That exact balance was irresistible. Chin Su couldn't understand how when Ling could curse at a woman like this, that it felt like desecration. When Ling pulled a cigarette from the pack on the table and stuck it in his mouth, Flunky immediately leaned in with a lighter. He took a drag, crossed his legs, and leaned back against the sofa. The thuggish pose couldn't hide his handsome face. The Wen family genes were strong. As Wen Li walked toward him, he said casually, "What do you want? Didn't get enough of my verbal beatdown? Wen Li, with all this free time, you'd be better off learning how to please your..." Smash. The sharp crack of shattering glass cut him off. Blood trickled down his forehead. He froze, touched the blood reaching his eye, stared at his stained fingers, and a twisted grin spread across his face. The cigarette fell from his mouth. He shot to his feet, thump, and got kicked back onto the sofa. When he tried to get up again, the jagged neck of a broken bottle pressed against his throat. When Ling went still, barely daring to swallow, the room went dead silent. Chin Su, who'd been watching Wen Li since she stepped in, had seen it all. The moment when Ling got to his last line, she'd leaped onto the low table, grabbed an empty bottle, and smashed it over his head, in no hesitation. Fast, brutal. When he tried to fight back, she kicked him square in the chest and sent him flying back into the sofa. How could a single word like cool even cover it? Chin Su's eyes practically turned into hearts. He'd become a fan on the spot. Sis was so cool that he totally loved it. But now wasn't the time to cheer. He bit his lip to keep his composure. When Ling was stunned, but he recovered fast. Wen Li, I'm warning you. Don't do anything crazy. Let go, or Mom and Dad won't let this slide. For the first time, he realized how intimidating Wen Li could be when she wasn't smiling. She held the jagged bottle neck, the corners of her mouth lifting, her voice ice cold. What should you call me? The question came out flat, nearly monotone. When Ling stared into her almond-shaped eyes, so similar to his own, and for once, genuine fear crept in. He couldn't save face in front of everyone that he had to submit. He forced out an unwilling, soft, sis. Her expression didn't change, a mocking twist of her lips. Looks like I need to make it hurt a little more. She pressed the bottle forward, and Wen Ling's voice shot up to a squeak. Sis, I'm wrong. Let me go, sis. I really know I'm wrong. Terrified, humiliated, he started crying for real. Wen Li remembered the last time she'd seen him cry like that. He was 5, and a snake at the zoo had scared the tears out of him. Fear achieved, she pulled back, hopped off the table, and tossed the broken bottle back onto it. Anger lent courage. She hadn't even needed to think. Her body just moved out on the sofa. When Ling clutched his throat, gasping, the fight was over. Chin Su rounded the table and stepped up to Wen Li, introducing himself. Hi, sis. I'm Chin Su, youngest son of the Dejing group. He tried to look as innocent as possible. Sure, he was dressed flashy, his posture relaxed, but his face was pure puppy dog, bright eyes, boyish charm. When he played nice, he looked completely harmless. Wen Li had heard of Dejing group. Their supermarkets were nationwide. She shook his offered hand politely. Hi, I'm Wen Li, principal pianist at Jingdu Arts Troupe. Wow, sis, that's awesome. Wen Li. What was that sound? She took half a step back. Chin Su caught on immediately. No, sis, don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it. I just think you're super cool that I really admire you. No ulterior motives. Come on. This was Duan Air's woman that he wouldn't dare. Relieved, when Li relaxed, she'd had fans before. After every performance since school, she'd pick up a few. Not a celebrity, but her Weibo had 1 million followers. And that was just from posting performance videos. Hardly trying that she'd never been career-driven. She just wanted a peaceful life. But this was the first time she'd gotten a fan from beating someone up. And it felt kind of satisfying. Probably because she'd knocked some sense into that brat. When Ling, seeing her expression soften, Chin-Su pulled out his phone. Sis, let's add each other. I'll come watch your show for sure. Deciding he wasn't hostile, Wen Li got out her phone and they exchanged contacts. On the sofa, when Ling had recovered enough to feel annoyed. Especially watching Chin-Su call her sis with that innocent act. Where was the cocky attitude he'd had in front of him? That punk had no shame. Fucked, he was only being nice to her because of Jingming Go. Yeah, that had to be it. When Ling opened his mouth to say one, then stopped himself, forcing out an awkward, "My head hurts, sis, take me to the hospital." Wen Li pocketed her phone, her tone flat. "Your legs aren't broken. Go yourself. But you cracked my skull open. So." Wen Ling. A flunky quickly chimed in. "Ling Gu, we'll take you. Come on, let's get you to the hospital." Wen Ling shot her a dark look and let the guys help him out. Then Wen Li called out, "Wait." He stopped and turned back. "Change your mind?" "Thought so." He sneered. After blowing off steam, "You still can't let your little brother go." Classic Wen Li. Cold face, warm heart. "You're insane," she replied. "You are." He pressed a hand to his wound, seething. "Just say it. Who told you about me and Duan Jingming?" Wen Ling froze, guilt flickering in his eyes. "Heard it from a friend." "Which friend? Why do you care?" He sounded impatient. Her eyes turned icy. "Wen Ling, did you contact Duan Jingming again?" "No, in no way. Why the hell would I go looking for him?" "Ugh, my head's killing me. Get me to the hospital now." Wen Ling clutched his head as his posse scrambled to hustle him out. Damn, that was too close. Wen Li had only been suspicious before. Now she was certain. The last time she'd caught Wen Ling in contact with Duan Jingming was 3 years ago, right after Wen Ling turned 18. He'd taken a pack of friends out on a luxury yacht to a private island for his birthday party. Wen Li had overheard their parents talking when she got home and pieced it together. The yacht was Duan Jingming's. The private island belonged to the Duan family. She'd confronted Duan Jingming back then. She told him not to give the Wen family any favors because of her. When Ling included, he'd agreed without missing a beat. She never imagined those two were still in touch. And he was complaining to Wen Ling that she was being emotional. A bitter smile tugged at Wen Li's mouth. Beside her, Chin-Su's eyes darted around. He couldn't figure out why Wen Ling hadn't mentioned running into Duan Jingming earlier. Wasn't Duan Jingming Wen Li's boyfriend? Why would he need secret meetups with her little brother? Something was definitely off. His curiosity lit up fast, partly to satisfy it, partly to inch closer to his goddess. He blinked his big puppy dog eyes at her. "Sis, I know a little something. You want to hear it?" Wen Li wasn't about to refuse free intel. "You're actually willing to tell me?" Chin-Su clicked his tongue. "Sis, don't say it like that. It's just a little info. Of course I'll share. And it's on the house," he added. Wen Li gave him a polite smile. "I don't take favors for free. Next week at the Grand Theater, I'll get you 2 VIP tickets." Favors had to be repaid. Chin-Su's grin stretched wide. "Awesome, awesome. So, here's the thing. Before you showed up, Duan Jingming was already here." Wen Li's brow creased. She leaned in. "Honestly, it started because of me, and when Ling got into it over something stupid, neither of us would back down. So he called in reinforcements. That reinforcement was Duan Jingming. Once he rolled up, I humbly apologized and smoothed things over with Wen Ling. Wen Li nodded. After that, Duan Jingming must have left, and Wen Ling must have called her to vent. Thanks, that I'll mail you the tickets later. She turned to leave, but Chin Su's voice cut in fast. Wait, sis. I'm not done yet. There's more. Her face flickered with confusion. Yeah. And this is the good part. Wen Ling had his eye on a card. He hit up Duan Jingming for 2 million. What? Wen Li's voice spiked. Her eyes sharpened. Did he give it? He sure did. Chin Su's eyes popped wider. Duan Jingming didn't even blink. Transferred the money right there on the spot. And get this, Wen Ling hadn't even mentioned the car yet. Duan Jingming just asked how much he needed. That a money grab that smooth. Had to have happened a bunch of times before. Chen Su tacked on that last bit with a thick layer of self-interest. Wen Ling had made his night hell, so he didn't mind digging the grave a little deeper. The lackeys surrounding him watched their boss narrate the scene in technicolor detail. Turns out the little hothead had a talent for spy work. Wen Li listened to all of it. Her heart dropped straight to the floor. So for all these years, she'd been in the dark, and a wonder Duan Jingming said they'd never be even in his mind. He'd been the one, silently giving this whole time. She pressed her palm tight, forcing her voice steady. Thanks, I owe you dinner sometime. Chen Su beamed. No problem at all. I'll hold you to that meal, sis. The lackeys traded glances. The little hothead had turned into a well-trained puppy when he walked out of Zero Club. The sky that had been a clear blue was now a slab of gray, clouds stacking high, the skyline smeared into haze. Wind rattled the leaves, making them hiss, and the cicadas had fallen silent. Fine drops of rain began to the dry asphalt with dark spots. The downpour swallowed the sweltering heat in seconds. Wen Li stood in the open rain without flinching. She pulled out her phone and dialed Wen Ling. Which hospital? With her gone, Wen Ling's bravado came flooding back. His voice snapped sharp. Wen Li, are you out of your mind? You hit me with zero restraint, zero sympathy. Refused to take me to the hospital, and now you're asking which one. What are you, a Gemini? You got some kind of personality disorder. The silence on the line after his rant felt heavy and weirdly familiar. He'd just lived through this same quiet. He swallowed, a thread of fear curling in his chest, but he still bit out, still in the car. Third People's Hospital. The line went dead. Screw this, hanging up on me again. Bang! Wen Ling hurled his phone at the front seat. The lackey behind the wheel chose that exact second to change the subject. Boss, we're at the hospital. Wen Li hung up and ordered a ride. She had to go in person and force Wen Ling to cough up that 2 million. It wasn't going to be easy, but she had no choice. What she hadn't known in the past, she couldn't undo. But this time, no way. She and Duan Jingming were over. Wen Ling using her as a front to squeeze money out of him was no different from her asking for it herself. The debt of gratitude would land squarely on her. Everyone else cashes in. She's the one stuck paying the bill. There was no such thing as a free lunch at the hospital. Wen Ling had zero clue he'd been exposed. He figured Wen Li was coming to check on him. He was busy snapping at the doctor to be gentler, while mentally scripting all the ways he'd make her pay. By the time Wen Li got there, Wen Ling had already been bandaged and was under observation. She stepped into the private room. He was propped up on the bed, glued to a game on his phone. Two of his lackeys were sprawled on the visitor bed doing the same, cursing and shouting commands into their screens. When she walked in, he glanced up for half a second, then dropped his eyes right back down. I'm starving. Go grab 3 meals from somewhere close and bring him back, and get me a pack of smokes. The expensive gold slim ones. Wen Li didn't have a second for his act. She walked straight over and snatched his phone. Caught off guard, he lunged for it, but she stepped back, leaving him grasping air. She swiped the game closed, tapped open the message with the transfer record, and shoved the screen into his face. Wen Li froze mid-reach, his expression a mask of pure shock. Oh crap. She knew. The sky was falling. Across town, Duan Qiyu sat at Jiang Wantong's table, eating dinner with her. Outside, the rain turned the sky a dirty gray. Inside, she'd lit candles and dimmed the lights for what she called a romantic evening. Qiyu, I'm so glad you stayed for dinner. Jiang Wantong offered a soft smile. The weather and the mood, it's actually kind of romantic. Qiyu paused mid-chew. The apartment smelled like old furniture. The layout was cramped. You could see the whole place from his seat. The food was basic. Nothing special. Romantic? Not even close. Good manners kept him quiet. He gave a faint nod and went back to eating. The only reason he'd agreed to come was because she'd twisted her ankle and it was pouring. He'd shown up and eaten. That was it. Jiang Wantong didn't care about his silence. She had bigger plans for tonight. Tomorrow she'd move out of this place and into a property under his name. That was the real turning point in their relationship. But to really lock him in emotionally, she needed the physical part. She'd already been turned down that afternoon. She didn't want to push again. Qiyu had given her 3 years, not 3 days. But tonight, Wen Li's little brother had called, and Qiyu had left her house in seconds flat. When she'd asked about it, he'd snapped at her like she was nothing. That it proved he could cut her off anytime, just like he had with Wen Li after a fight 3 years ago. Jiang Wantong couldn't wait any longer. She needed to cross that line tonight. Once he tasted her, really tasted her, he'd be hooked. Then what would Wen Li matter? Men thought with their dicks. Get that part right, and everything else fell into place. She pulled out the candle she'd prepared and set it on the table. Aphrodisiac mixed in. Not a heavy dose, just enough to blur the edges. She wasn't stupid enough to slip him a full dose of the strong stuff that would get her thrown out, not into his bed. No one would ruin this for her tonight. They sat across from each other, a picture of cozy domesticity. She gazed at him with longing. He ate with easy composure. Qiyu had no idea that every breath he took was feeding the heat building in his brain. The woman across from him shrugged off her jacket. His throat tightened. His skin flushed. Over at the hospital, the air was anything but warm. When Wen Li showed her brother the bank transfer records, Wen Li froze. Fear flashed in his eyes before he got control of himself. What's the problem? He kept his voice steady. I didn't steal it. That I didn't cheat anyone. That I borrowed 2 million from brother Qiyu. So what? Even if you two had nothing going on, he'd still lend me the money. That we're tight. Wen Li, don't flatter yourself. The world doesn't stop turning just because you're not around. Get real. He delivered the rant with impressive confidence. Too bad Wen Li already knew the truth from Chin Su. Her brother hadn't borrowed anything. He'd opened his mouth and asked for a handout. Wen Li's jaw tightened. Her fingers dug into her phone. Pressure clamped around her chest like a vice, making it hard to breathe. The damp chill outside seemed to seep into her lungs. When she spoke, her voice came out cold and wet. You think you're pretty good at lying, don't you, Wen Li? One phone call, and I can blow your story apart. He jutted his chin out, still pretending. I'm telling the truth. Call Qiyu. Ask him if it was a loan or not. Wen Li wasn't scared of being exposed. He knew Qiyu would back him up. Ever since that first time he'd used the brother-in-law card to score something nice, Qiyu had told him to keep Wen Li in the dark. She'd lose it otherwise. 3 years ago, at Wen Li's 18th birthday party, a yacht, a private island, Wen Li had caught them. She'd lost her mind. The biggest fight their family ever had. From then on, Qiyu and Wen Li had an agreement. If she ever found out again, they'd keep the fallout small. Preferably she wouldn't find out at all that Wen Ling held his ground. Jingming would back him, but Wen Li didn't bother calling to prove anything. She tossed her phone onto the hospital bed. Her eyes were ice. Wen Ling, Duan Jingming and I are over. Completely over. I don't care if that money was a loan or a gift, that it doesn't matter. Send it back, or I'll make sure you're in this bed for the next few months. Wen Ling blinked. Over echoed in his head. He threw the blanket off. You actually broke up with him? Are you out of your mind? That's Duan Jingming. The Duan family, top-tier rich. Could you die from being so stuck up? He treated you like a princess your whole life, and now you think you're one. What's wrong with him that you're so unhappy? You used to love him to death. Don't tell me you cheated on him. Wen Ling's voice rose with every accusation. The two lackeys in the room silently muted their phones and tried to disappear into the walls. Rich families were a minefield. They had the right idea. The last word hit Wen Li like a slap. Her mind went blank for a second, and Duan Qiyu's face flashed in front of her. The night she'd found out about Duan Jingming and Jiang Wantong. She'd ended up in Duan Qiyu's arms. That a few hours difference didn't change the timeline. But the cause, that was all on Duan Jingming, that he was the one who cheated first. On that, she had zero guilt. When Ling saw she wasn't denying it, his blood ran cold. No way, did I actually hit it? Jingming had said she was just in a bad mood. He didn't know if Wen Li really had cheated. Wen Ling didn't want to think about how furious Jingming would be. The only reason he'd been able to keep asking for favors all these years was because he knew exactly how Wen Li mattered to Jingming. That completely no substitute. The possessiveness Jingming had for Wen Li was obvious to a blind man. If she loved someone else, he'd go crazy. Absolutely crazy. And the Wen family would get caught in the blast. Oh God. What now? Wen Ling's spiraling thoughts broke when Wen Li spoke again. Her voice low. The one who cheated and fell for someone else is him. Not me. Wen Ling's face went white. Oh no, in a way. The two lackeys exchanged a look. We're gonna get killed for knowing this, aren't we? Rich family secrets. Stay in your lane. Wen Ling shifted his stiff body and finally found his voice. There must be some kind of mistake. How could Brother Jingming fall for someone else? Are you sure you're not wrong about this? If he really loved someone else, why would he still give me money? The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. Shit, slipped up. But when he saw Wen Li didn't react, he steadied himself. Wen Li couldn't be bothered explaining further. Her tone was impatient. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself. Now let's settle our business first. Transfer the money back, and from now on, never use my name to ask him for money again. Wen Ling's brain was still foggy. In a way, he believed Duan Jingming had fallen for another woman. That he held up a hand. Wait, don't rush. I'm calling him to ask myself. He pulled out his phone and dialed Duan Jingming. Wen Li stayed put and waited. Letting Duan Jingming admit it himself was better anyway. At least it would make Wen Ling stop being delusional. The phone rang several times before it connected. Wen Ling jumped in. Hey, Brother Jingming, I've got something I need to ask you. Go ahead. Duan Jingming's voice sounded a bit hoarse, but Wen Ling didn't notice. It's just, well, what are you stammering about? Duan Jingming's tone was getting impatient. Wen Ling took a deep breath. Did you and my sister break up? Did Ali tell you that? Yeah. Don't listen to her nonsense, that we're not breaking up. Wen Ling's tense heart instantly relaxed. He raised an eyebrow at Wen Li. See? There had to be a misunderstanding. This was about his 2 million and all the future money that he decided to help them clear it up. He took the phone away from his ear and put it on speaker. Brother Jingming, one more thing. Are you in love with another woman? Wen Ling didn't dare use the word cheating, but the meaning was clear. Duan Jingming was about to deny it when he glanced down at Jiang Wantong beneath him. Her watery eyes were stained with sadness, and when she met his gaze, she turned her face away. Maybe it was because they'd just crossed that line, or maybe because he remembered she only had 3 years left to live. But a surge of pity filled his heart. The word no that was ready on his tongue turned into a yes. The single word cut through the hospital room like an electric shock, even though Duan Jingming immediately followed with, "But it won't affect my feelings for your sister." That first word hit way harder. Wen Li felt like he'd been smacked in the head with a club. The bandaged wound seemed to throb even more, but he didn't have time to care about the pain. He stared at Wen Li in shock. That a yes for Wen Li. She was the calmest person in the room. The moment Duan Jingming's affirmative voice came through, her heart only trembled for a second before settling. From the moment she'd discovered his affair until now, she'd managed to hold back and change so quickly, thanks to one person, Duan Qiyu. If she hadn't accidentally run into him and had her attention diverted, she wouldn't have seen this relationship so clearly. There's a saying, switch men fast enough, and the sadness can't catch up. It's twisted logic, but there's truth to it. People only have so much energy. Take Duan Jingming. Once he started pouring some of his energy into Jiang Wantong, what was left for Wen Li was bitterness. The beautiful memories turned to poison. Remembering them was lethal, and the care he still showed had become a slow poison. It wouldn't kill at first, but in the long run, it would lead to the same end. Better a sharp pain than a slow one. Wen Li saw it clearly, and her heart went numb along with it. That was why she could stay so calm. But to Wen Li, that calm seemed like she was in major shock. No wonder her temper had hardened and her tongue had gotten so sharp. In an instant, Wen Li understood everything that he spoke into the phone. "I get it, brother Jingming." "Then you." A woman's soft moan suddenly came from the other end, the kind of sound everyone knows the meaning of. Even thick-skinned, Wen Li tightened his grip on the phone. The two lackeys beside him sat up straight immediately. Holy shit, a live sex show on the other end. Then a clearer voice came through the earpiece. "Go easy, mate." The moans abruptly cut off. Duan Jingming hung up without a word. Wen Li was completely dismissed. Dead silence fell over the hospital room. Wen Li broke it first. "Transfer the money back. Don't make me say it a third time." Wen Li clutched his phone and called out, "Sis." His voice carried a last-ditch hope. "Brother Jingming cheated." "Yeah, but he also said he isn't breaking up with you. That means that woman is just a fling. Men in his position having other women is normal. Guys get tempted. It doesn't mean anything, as long as his heart is with you. Look how he treats me. He has to treat you even better. Trust me, brother Jingming's true love is definitely you." "Huh." Wen Li let out a laugh, her brows arching. "True love? Don't defile the word. Also, cheating has nothing to do with status. It's about the person, and he's not just playing around with Jiang Wantong." "Jiang Wantong, why does that name sound familiar?" Wen Li frowned. Wen Li's voice was flat. He dated her in college. At her reminder, Wen Li finally remembered who that was. His eyes widened. So he's cheating with his first love. Back when Duan Jingming and Wen Li were in college, Wen Li was still in high school, but he stayed in touch with Duan Jingming, so he knew about her. He'd even asked back then if Duan Jingming and Wen Li had broken up, and Duan Jingming's reply had been, "No, we'll never break up." He'd also said that girl was just a novelty, a fling. They'd broken up 2 months later, and Wen Li had filed it away as a minor blip. He never expected them to reconnect years later. The first time might have been a fling, but this time definitely wasn't. Wen Li was a man too, and men understand men's worst tendencies best. It looked like Duan Jingming really had changed, and his own benefits were probably going to take a major hit. He let out a helpless sigh and looked at Wen Li, making one last attempt. "Can we start from next time? The 2 million's already been paid, that I'll split it with you. Half each. How about that? No, I'll keep 500,000. I'll give you 1.5 million. His answer was Wen Li grabbing the electric kettle off the table, looking like she was ready to smash it over his head if he kept talking. Fine, fine. I'll give it back. Wen Ling's chest heaved with anger, but he fumbled with his phone to make the transfer, swearing under his breath. You're really messed up, getting so violent now, and no wonder Brother Jingming likes you even less. Wen Li hadn't turned violent. It was just that violence was the only language Wen Ling understood. There was no reasoning with him that if she didn't push back, she'd end up the one getting screwed. Wen Ling finished the transfer and turned his screen to show her. Happy now? Get out, that I'm sick of looking at you. Mission accomplished. Wen Li turned and left without a word. As her figure disappeared through the door, the two lackeys in the room chimed in. Ling Gu, with a sister that pretty, people would be jealous. Even if you hate her, she's still your real sister. Blood's thicker than water. If she ever makes it big, she won't forget you. Yeah, young Master Wen. With her attitude and looks, she'll definitely find an even more impressive brother-in-law. Wen Ling grabbed a pillow and threw it at them. Say another word for her, and you're both out. A more impressive brother-in-law? What a joke. Without Brother Jingming, with that pride of hers, she'd be lucky to find a man half as impressive. 10 minutes later, Wen Ling had just started a game to take his mind off things when a call came through. He quickly answered. Brother Jingming. Duan Jingming's voice was laced with confusion. Why did you return the money to me? I told you, your sister and I are not breaking up. Our arrangement stays the same. Wen Ling fumed. I know that, brother-in-law. But just now my sister forced me to return it. I had no choice. Hold on. Duan Jingming cut him off, his already hoarse voice dropping even lower. Are you telling me Ali was right there beside you? Yeah. Duan Jingming's tone turned icy. Did she hear what I said to you? Yeah, she heard. Wen Ling hesitated. He could feel a storm brewing and was starting to get scared. 3 seconds of silence on the other end. Then Wen Ling heard Duan Jingming explode in a roar for the first time ever. Wen Ling, why the hell didn't you tell me sooner? Bang. The call ended. Wen Ling stared at his phone. How the hell was I supposed to know you actually cheated, and that you were literally in the middle of a live sex show? Duan Jingming's furious shout sent a jolt of fear through Jiang Wantong. She didn't bother calming herself down. The second she saw him swing out of bed, grab his clothes, and snatch his car keys, she rushed over and threw her arms around him from behind. Jingming, where are you going? From the phone call he'd just taken, she already knew the answer. Either he was going after that bitch Wen Li, or after her brother Wen Ling. Either way, it was about Wen Li. Let go. No, I won't. Jiang Wantong's voice turned stubborn. It's still pouring outside. You said you'd stay with me tonight. Jingming, you can't go back on your word. Duan Jingming reined in his temper. Something came up, be good. Normally, she would have dropped it. She had to maintain her sweet, understanding persona at all costs. But tonight, she didn't want to pretend. She'd worked so hard to get him to inhale that aphrodisiac incense and sleep with her. How could she let him walk out halfway through? Especially when he was leaving because of Wen Li. She let a sob catch in her throat. Jingming, you told me that for these 3 years, if I asked for anything you could give, you'd say yes. I'm asking you to stay. Even if we don't keep going, just talk to me. Please don't leave me, okay? Duan Jingming's brows pulled tight. He grabbed her hands from around his waist and pried them off, then turned and pressed a kiss to her forehead. His voice dropped, deliberately soft. Wantong, I did say that. But timing matters. I have something urgent to handle right now. Be good. All right? He'd used that soft voice to say the coldest things. Jiang Wantong's chest ached with resentment. She wanted to scream. Everything about Wen Li was urgent. But what about her? She didn't dare. She couldn't complain, couldn't accuse, because this happiness was stolen. But tonight, they'd finally crossed the line. And now she had to watch him walk away without even getting to enjoy it. How was she supposed to accept that? Still, pushing harder would only blow up in her face. She took a deep breath, blinking back tears. Jingming, are you going to see Wen Li or her brother? He almost told the truth, but seeing her like this softened him. He lied. Her brother. Really? Her voice was doubtful. Duan Jingming's face didn't flicker. Really? Wen Li blocked my number a long time ago. That eased something in Jiang Wantong's chest, as long as he wasn't seeing Wen Li. She swallowed her bitterness and hugged him briefly. Go ahead. Drive safe. He softened even more at her obedient expression. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you tomorrow night. Jiang Wantong's eyes lit up. She opened her mouth to squeeze in a little more flirtation, but he'd already turned and strode out. The door slammed shut. Outside, the rain came down harder. Wind whipped at the tree branches. Jiang Wantong stared out the window, her expression dark, her hands curled slowly, nails biting into her palms until they ached. But she didn't feel a thing. Wen Li left the hospital and took a taxi home that she'd gotten caught in the rain, so the first thing she did was strip off her clothes and get in the bath. This weather was perfect for curling up in bed with a favorite show and a pile of snacks. Cozy, comfortable. She was just about to undress when WeChat pinged. Duan Qiyu. It's raining hard. Are you home? Wen Li. Yeah. You? Duan Qiyu. At the old house. Wen Li. How's Grandpa doing? Duan Qiyu. Good. He was just asking why you haven't come to see him lately. Guilt pricked at her. She'd been avoiding the Duan family entirely, trying to cut ties with Duan Jingming, and because of her situation with Duan Qiyu, she didn't feel right facing the elders. She steadied herself and replied, I'll visit him after my show next week. Duan Qiyu. Good. Can we video call now? Wen Li. Not really. Before she could finish typing, a new message popped onto her screen. I miss you, baby. Her fingers froze. She could picture him clearly. Duan Qiyu lounging on the sofa in black loungewear, phone in hand. Deep eyes. A hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Proud and lazy. Restrained, yet impossibly sexy. She'd seen him like that in the Duan house before. His aura was unique. Seemingly contradictory traits blending together seamlessly. Not too cold. Not too casual, the commanding presence of a man above desire, yet still radiating the raw magnetism of someone born into luxury. Back then, she'd walk past him carefully and whisper, Brother you. She couldn't remember if he ever answered. In her memory, they'd barely exchanged a handful of words. Now, thinking of him sending her that message, I miss you, baby, felt like 1,000 feathers brushing softly against her heart. Even though they were lovers now, it still didn't feel real. She couldn't bring herself to think of him as her boyfriend. She still saw him as the untouchable brother you, the man on a pedestal. And now that untouchable man was calling her baby. Just reading the words gave her a little thrill. Cool it, cool it. She pressed down a smile and deleted the not really from her message. Instead, she typed, talk after I shower. Duan Qiyu. Okay, she'd planned on soaking in the tub for a while, but she switched to a quick shower. She hadn't even dried her hair when the doorbell rang. Through the security camera, she saw a face she didn't want to see. She didn't make a sound. From outside, Duan Jingming knocked on the door. I saw the light on from downstairs. Don't pretend you're not. There, open up. Through the door, Wen Li's voice was ice. If you have something to say, make an appointment somewhere else tomorrow. Somewhere else. Duan Jingming let out a cold laugh. You're hiding from me? Wen Li sneered. What did you expect? When you truly accept that we're broken up, we can go back to normal contact. Duan Jingming clicked his tongue hard against his teeth. Fine. You want to break up? Then let's settle the score for all these years. Fine by me. Wen Li yanked the door open. They stared each other down. Fire burned in his eyes. Ice glinted in hers. Neither backed down. She gave a mocking smile. Second young Master Duan, please come in. He shot her a look. Call me second brother. Wen Li ignored him. He didn't seem to care. He walked inside, pulled a hairdryer out of the cabinet with the ease of someone who lived there, and said, Come here, dry your hair before we talk. Wen Li walked over, snatched the hairdryer from his hand, and started drying her hair like he wasn't even there. Duan Jingming, completely dismissed, let out an annoyed huff. He turned and dropped onto the sofa with deliberate ease. That it had been a while since he'd been here, but nothing had changed. That a flicker of familiar comfort stirred in his chest. Even if the woman in this apartment didn't want him around right now, nothing could kill his good mood. The electric hum of the dryer filled the living room. His gaze traveled from the strands of her hair to her face, barefaced, delicate. She still looked like a doll in a window display. That a wave of nostalgia hit him. Time really flew. The little girl he'd brought home back then was 23 now. They'd been together for over 15 years, not counting those extra years of marriage they'd shared in their past life. The memory of those happy times wrapped around him like soft clouds, indescribably warm. His eyes slid downward, the loose loungewear draped over her slender frame, effortlessly stirring desire. But then he remembered the kiss that never happened in the elevator that morning, and irritation surged through him. She wouldn't even let him touch her anymore. Compared to Jiang Wantong's initiative, Wen Li was just spoiled rotten by him. She could feel his eyes on her like needles on her skin. Once, being in the same room with him had felt effortless. Now, just breathing the same air made her uncomfortable. There was no going back. Wen Li quickened her pace, gave her hair a quick once-over, and clicked off the dryer. Get me a glass of water, he said abruptly. She walked to the water dispenser, pulled out a paper cup, filled it, and set it on the table in front of him. Then she turned and sat in the armchair across from him. Duan Jingming glanced at the paper cup, then lifted his eyes to her. Where's my cup? Threw it away. His face screamed disbelief. His brows arched arrogantly. That's the couple mug I made by hand to commemorate our 18th birthday. Ailey, I don't believe you'd really toss it. Even now, he was still that confident. That a wave of helplessness washed over her again. She drew a breath and let it out in a sigh. I already threw away the person. What's a cup? The moment the words left her mouth, the air in the room froze. Duan Jingming stared at the paper cup. After a long pause, he picked it up, took a sip, and set it back down. Fine. I'll make you a new pair. Wen Li frowned. What's the point? Even if you made 100 pairs, I'd still throw them away. Duan Jingming ground his molars, holding back his temper. Ailey, I know you were wrong this time. Second brother will do everything he can to make it up to you. We got a second chance at life. That's a gift from fate. You don't want to leave any regrets either, do you? Jiang Wantong isn't a threat to you. I just wanted to make her last days happy. It's only 3 years. That can't you wait? My heart belongs to you. That it always has. That it always will. His self-proclaimed devotion sounded like a joke to her. Something heavy lodged in her throat, dragging painfully. But her heart ached more than her throat. Her usually sparkling eyes were now as dead as a still sea. She looked at him, her voice raspy. Second brother, I never knew you could be this selfish. If you were in my shoes, would you be able to say all that so lightly? Duan Jingming pressed his lips together and said nothing. The answer was obviously no. She took a deep breath, her tone turning colder. You keep saying you belong to me, but then you turn around and kiss and sleep with another woman. That's your idea of love? Does it even matter whose heart you belong to? Do you think I still care? The moment you came back to this life and chose to be with Jiang Wantong, we were over. I don't accept that it's over. His brows knit tight, eyes locked on her. Ailey, there are all kinds of love in this world that I admit I'm selfish. I pity Jiang Wantong. But I know my love is with you. Wen Li met his gaze. I'm not saying there aren't different kinds of love. I'm just saying I don't want yours. Second brother, we're not right for each other. I'm the one who decides what's right for us, he shot back. Her own temper flared. She stood up abruptly. No, you don't. Duan Jingming. I let you in here so I could make things clear, draw a line. In this. Not so you could argue nonsense. We're adults. Stop being childish. Whether you accept the breakup or not, it's done to Dio. I have to make it ugly. I, Wen Li, have standards that I don't want a dirty man. You hear me? Then get out. The TV remote on the table flew into the wall, shattering into pieces. Rain pounded against the windows in frantic bursts. Upstairs, a neighbor dragged a chair, sending a harsh scrape through the ceiling. Duan Jingming clenched his jaw so hard his teeth ached, his expression savage, his eyes boring into hers. Time ticked by. Half a minute later, he spoke, his voice flat. Find out I accept the breakup. Wen Li, you'll regret this. Her expression didn't change. She sat back down slowly, her tone like ice water. I'll never regret it. A sneer curled his lips. Princess, when talk's big, then let's settle the accounts. Only when everything is squared away will we really owe each other nothing. She let out a faint laugh. Fine. Duan Jingming leaned back into the sofa, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Emotional stuff is hard to quantify, so let's call that even. Now let's talk about material things, because that's where I got screwed. Wen Li said, okay. He crossed his legs. Everything I gave you materially, that was my choice. That I won't count it, but what I gave your family, that I'm counting. She cut him a look. Did I ask you to? I did it all for you. The anger he'd barely suppressed exploded out of him. Your parents and your brother have squeezed countless benefits out of me over the years. Every single time, I handled it without saying a word. Every single time, I paid up. You think they left you alone by accident? You think you could have lived so comfortably without me backing you up? I did all of that silently, so you could have a good life. Any other woman would never treat me the way you just did. That's exactly what they mean by an ungrateful snake. He spewed it all out, venting every bit of resentment he'd built up over the years. The blood in Wen Li's veins turned to ice. Every hair on her body stood on end. Cold seeped into her bones. For a long moment, she was numb. Finally, she forced herself to speak calmly. When it comes to my family, I know you meant well. That I appreciate that. But that was your own wishful thinking. That if you really understood me, you'd know how desperately I've wanted to cut ties with them. Your approach only made things worse. The nicer you were to them, the more they saw me as valuable. The more they tried to milk me for everything I was worth. You thought you were helping me, but you only gave me more pressure. But none of that matters now. Name your price. Tell me how much I owe you. His brow furrowed. Did I say all that because I wanted money? Her lashes trembled. At this point, it's easier to settle things with money. Duan Jingming felt like his head was about to explode. That he stood up and slammed the door on his way out. That a violent storm passed, and Wen Li let out a long, shaky breath. She sat on the sofa, mind blank for a few minutes. Then she snapped back and thought of Duan Qiyu. Her phone. Where was her phone? She found it in the bathroom. That it had somehow been switched to vibrate. Dozens of messages and missed calls from Duan Qiyu flashed on the screen. She called him back immediately. He picked up on the first ring. Sorry, UG, she said quickly. My phone was on vibrate. That I didn't hear it. It's okay. He sounded relieved. What were you doing? I just finished drying my hair. She decided to keep it simple. She didn't want to tell him about the fight with Duan Jingming, her ex and her current boyfriend. Brothers. The whole situation was painfully awkward. Duan Qiyu didn't question it. Good, I was worried you might have fallen, since you were in there so long. No, don't worry, Yuji. Why do I hear traffic? Aren't you at the old house? She asked, confused. Under the black curtain of rain, a Rolls-Royce Phantom sat on the side of the road, hazard lights flashing. The red blink pulsed like the man's heartbeat inside the driver's seat. Duan Qiyu was in a long black trench coat over his loungewear. His long fingers tapped the steering wheel. I couldn't reach you, so I drove out. She froze. He'd driven out in the pouring rain just because she hadn't answered. A warm, tingling current spread from her heart through her limbs. Yuji, where are you now? Just past the World Trade Building. 2 more blocks to your apartment. The Duan family's old mansion was halfway up North Mountain. That was a long way from her place. He must have started driving the moment the first call went unanswered. It felt so good to be thought of like this. Duan Qiyu was exceptional in every way. Even in how seriously he took a relationship. Even if he was only in it out of obligation. Then, a loud knock cut her off. And then Duan Jingming's voice came through the door. Ali, I forgot my car keys. Duan Qiyu's cold, low voice came through the phone. Were you just with Duan Jingming? Wen Li hadn't expected her lie to unravel the second she told it. She'd meant to keep things simple. Instead, she just made everything worse. I'll explain later. She didn't hang up. Grabbing her keys from the counter, she unlocked the door and pulled it open, setting her phone down on the entryway island. Here. Duan Jingming ignored the keys that he grabbed her wrist, yanked her forward, and wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling her against his chest. Duan Jingming, let go. Panic flooded through her. The cold night air had already cooled most of his temper. He'd come to grab the keys and leave. But the second he saw her, impulse took over. He held her tight, his voice a low threat. Be good, I just want to hold you. Keep fighting me, and I won't be able to stop there. Wen Li froze. When this guy got desperate, he really would force her. Seeing her submit, his mood lifted. He kept his word and only held her for a moment. Not because he didn't want more. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to stop. Their relationship was already a wreck. He didn't need to make it worse. That he took the keys from her hand, loosened his grip, and reached to pinch her cheek. She dodged. The second she was free, she grabbed the door handle and slammed it shut. On the other side, he raised a cocky eyebrow, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Slipping one hand into his pocket, he spun the key ring around his finger with a flick and strode to the elevator, clearly pleased with himself. Wen Li shut the door and rushed back to the island to grab her phone. The call with Duan Qiyu had ended some time. She didn't know when. She dialed him again, straight to voicemail. Wen Li blinked in confusion. Was Duan Qiyu mad? From his perspective, he had every right to be. First, she hadn't told him Duan Jingming was with her earlier. Then he'd heard Duan Jingming pull her into a hug. Even if it wasn't her choice, no normal person would be okay with their partner having that kind of contact with someone else. The thought of Duan Qiyu angry at her made her restless. This was all Duan Jingming's fault. He'd completely ruined her night. Now what? She ran her hand through her hair in frustration, downed half a glass of cold water to steady herself, then opened Duan Qiyu's chat. At this point, all she could do was explain properly. The rest was up to him. She typed out a message, read it over several times, tweaked a word here and there, and finally mustered the courage to hit send. Then the doorbell rang. Her expression went ice cold. Was Duan Jingming a ghost that couldn't leave her alone? She stormed to the door, ready to curse him out. Then the man on the security camera screen stole her breath. She yanked the door open, but he stood there in black, tall and poised. Duan Qiyu. What are you doing here? Shock filled her face. The cold, handsome man offered a faint smile. What? Not happy to see me? No. She quickly stepped aside. Duan Qiyu walked in, scanning the room. He's gone? Yeah, she murmured. His expression hardened. The kid ran fast. Too bad he didn't get to land another punch. Shaking off the thought, Duan Qiyu stopped at the entryway. Got any slippers I can change into? Wen Li shook her head. I threw out the men's slippers. His large, warm hand reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Good girl. Wen Li blinked. Then she understood, and her lips curved up before she could stop them. Duan Qiyu pulled his hand back and walked into the living room. Sitting down, he took out his phone from the trench coat pocket. It's dead. Let me borrow your charger, that I'll charge it a bit before I leave. So that's why he didn't answer. Relief washed over her. She quickly grabbed a charger from the bedroom and plugged it in for him. Outside, the storm had softened to a drizzle, pattering faintly against the window. Duan Qiyu's gaze landed on the shattered remote control on the floor. His eyes darkened. Wen Li must have been terrified. For the first time, he felt the urge to kill someone. Even if that someone was his own brother, the best thing Duan Jingming had ever done was bring Wen Li into his life. That was his get-out-of-jail-free card. Wen Li poured him a glass of water and set it down. When she looked up, she noticed he was wearing a housecoat under his trench coat. He'd thrown on a coat and rushed over. He cared more than she'd realized. Compared to him, she felt ashamed. She took a deep breath, steadying herself. I'm sorry, Duan Qiyu, that I need to apologize for lying to you earlier. Here's what happened. Duan Jingming showed up at my place tonight, and we got into a huge fight that I didn't tell you. Not because there's anything between us, but because the whole situation is awkward with the three of us. I thought it'd be easier to just skip it. Tonight I made it clear to him again that we're done, and he accepted the breakup. When he left earlier, he realized he forgot his keys and came back. It's just, I didn't expect him to suddenly hug me. Duan Qiyu, I'm sorry. Please don't be mad at me. If anyone else had said those words, she might not have believed them. But when Duan Qiyu said them, she had no doubt. He just had that kind of power. Her eyes stung. She took a sip of water to compose herself. Setting down the cup, she gave him a soft smile. Thank you, Duan Qiyu. Just words, he teased. She bit her lower lip. Then what kind of thanks does Duan Qiyu want? Duan Qiyu's phoenix eyes lifted. He suddenly stood and walked to her, then leaned down, bracing his arms on either side of her on the couch. Wen Li pressed back into the cushions, her breath unconsciously slowing. His deep eyes held hers for a moment. Then his cool, low voice brushed her ears. Baby, want a kiss? Wen Li's heart skipped a beat. Her whole body tensed. Her gaze dropped to the pale curve of his lips without thinking. She pushed down the flutter in her chest, curious what he'd do if she actually said no. Duan Qiyu was her boyfriend now. She could be herself around him, right? She blinked her almond eyes and said softly, Don't. Duan Qiyu's expression flickered. Then a small smile tugged at his mouth. Good. Progress. She was learning to say no. Maybe she wasn't as scared of him anymore. Seeing the smile on his face filled Wen Li with a quiet thrill. Maybe she really could fall for him. In the short time they'd been together, the man standing in front of her had drifted further and further from the cold, distant figure she remembered. Now he felt alive, gentle, almost within reach. Just as she was about to change her mind and agree, he straightened up and walked toward the phone charging on the table. He unplugged it, slipped it into his coat pocket. It's late. You should get some rest. Wen Li rose from the sofa, opened her mouth, then closed it. She nodded blankly. Duan Qiyu's narrow, dark eyes swept over her face before he headed for the door. As he pulled it open, a small voice came from behind him. You go. Yeah. He turned halfway. Are you going back to the old house? Her heartbeat slowed, he considered. Too far that I'll head to the apartment near the office. A pause. What's wrong? His tone was loaded, but she couldn't read it. She squeezed her palms. Nothing. Drive safe. You go. Okay. Good night. Good night. He stepped out and pulled the door shut behind him. Wen Li stared at the blank panel. A mess of emotions swirling inside her. He'd come all this way for her, by any standard. She should have offered him a place to stay this late. But the words got stuck in her throat. After she'd just turned him down, if she then invited him to stay, that would be so awkward. She exhaled, trying to shake off the feeling, and turned to go back to the living room. Two knocks sounded at the door. Through the security monitor, she saw Duan Qiyu standing there again. Her eyes lit up. She opened the door before he could speak. I'm a bit tired, he said first. Don't feel like driving. Could you put me up for the night? Sure. One of them planned it. The other couldn't help it. Duan Qiyu had successfully maneuvered his way into staying over. The apartment was a studio-style penthouse. 1 bedroom, 1 bed. When he offered to take the sofa, Wen Li made a token protest. You go. You take the bed, that I'll sleep on the couch. Can't have the host sleeping on the couch. He lifted an eyebrow. How about we both take the bed? Her lashes flickered. You'd better take the sofa. You go. A light tap landed on the top of her head, he teased. If you don't want me in the bed, don't pretend to be polite. She shrank her neck and gave an embarrassed smile. She handed him a fresh set of toiletries. She always kept extras. Since it was summer and the rain had cooled things down, she gave him a thin blanket. After that, she lay down on the big bed in the bedroom, staring at the ceiling. Knowing he was right outside that one wall made her feel a strange kind of contentment that he was here. Somehow, that made her feel safe. She was about to try and sleep when her phone buzzed with a message from Sun Yin. Babe, you asleep? Not yet. Time zones flipped them. Night for Wen Li. Day for Sun Yin. Sun Yin typed while brushing her teeth. My training is 10 days left. I'll come keep you company when I'm back. Warmth spread through Wen Li's chest. She replied, I've got something important to tell you when you get here. Good news or bad? If it's good, I can wait. If it's bad, I can't wait a second. Good that I'm in a relationship. What? Who? No. I'm way too curious. Tell me now. Wen Li smiled. It's you good. I'll give you the details when you're back. Don't tell anyone for now. Especially Duan Jingming. A flurry of emojis followed from Sun Yin. Shock, teasing, and finally an okay hand sign. You're a babe. Wen Li. I can't wait to come home now. Going to class. Get some rest. Love you. Love you. Wen Li sent a flying kiss back. She put the phone down and tried to drift off. Half an hour later, her eyes were still wide open. She got up to get a glass of water. Stepping into the living room, she saw him. Lying flat on the sofa, the thin blanket half trailing on the floor. He looked sound asleep. She walked over, picked up the blanket, and covered him. The dim night light softened the sharp lines of his face. Deep brows and long lashes rested quietly. Soft, even breathing. That he slept still, for the first time. It hit her. He was actually her boyfriend now. Seeing him like that, peaceful, asleep, something stirred inside her, like a seed breaking through the soil. She slowly reached out a hand to touch his cheek. In the half-dark, Duan Qiyu's phoenix eyes cracked open. They stared at each other. Her hand hovered awkwardly in midair. You go. Before she could finish, he grabbed her wrist, wrapped a solid arm around her waist, and lifted her effortlessly. In a blink, she was sprawled on top of him. His hand traced a slow circle at her waist. A low, satisfied sound slipped from his lips. That hum. It was pure sex. Half her body went weak. She felt him brush her lips, then shift. One hand stayed on her waist. The other cupped the back of her neck as he tilted his head and murmured against her ear, "Baby, are you testing me?" No, I'm not." His voice carried a hoarseness she'd never heard before, rough and addictive. Her ear tingled, but she couldn't scratch it. He held her too tight. Through the thin blanket, she could feel his body heat climbing fast. She didn't dare move. He kept going, his lips close to her ear. "So, is it okay?" The low tone thrummed against her eardrum, making her brain buzz. Heat pooled low in her belly. She turned her face into his shoulder, her voice muffled. "We don't have one." "What?" The pitch of his voice rose, a teasing edge obvious. She buried her face deeper into his neck. Her words came out even fainter. "I'm not in my safe window." Duan Qiyu let out a soft laugh. The hand at her nape slid up to rub the back of her head. "I was asking if I could sleep in the bed. Looks like you had something else in mind." She froze. Her face flamed as she jerked her head up. "You." He deliberately led her on. That sly bastard. Mortified, she pushed herself up to get off him. He sat up in one motion and pulled her back into his arms. "I'm sorry, babe." A beat. "Believe me, I want that even more than you do." Held against him, she felt like she was burning in the dim light. His eyes were dark and bright, reflecting only her. The air was thick with heat. Body and mind spurred each other on, and desire flooded back through her. She whispered, "But we don't have." He watched her, his fingertip tracing a light path across her cheek. "I'll use this." Wen Li's toes curled. Wen Li's mind flashed to his hands, the hands he used to sign contracts. Lean, strong, elegant fingers. Just imagining them doing. That made her whole body tremble. She refused to embarrass herself. "Wait. Maybe later. I'm tired. Qiyu. Good night." Before he could answer, she scrambled off the couch and dashed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind her in the dim living room. The corner of his mouth lifted. A slow, quiet smile spread across his face. Behind the closed door, Wen Li let out a hard breath. She pressed a hand to her racing heart, then flopped onto the bed, burrowing into the covers until she was completely cocooned. She silently scolded herself that, "Oh, Wen Li, you are absolutely drooling over his face." Now that she was around Duan Qiyu every day, she knew she could never look at him the way she used to. She hated to admit it, but she was hooked. She reminded herself, for him, this wasn't love. It was responsibility seasoned with affection. For her, it wasn't love either. It was gratitude and pure physical want. They needed more time to truly know each other. Only then could their marriage have a real chance to grow. After talking herself down, she shoved her pulse out of her mind and sank into a deep, dreamless sleep. When she woke, the living room was empty. The thin blanket had been folded neatly on the couch. On the dining table, breakfast sat covered, with a handwritten note beside it. "Early meeting. Breakfast is in the pot. Heat it up." Qiyu's handwriting was bold and sharp, each stroke powerful and controlled, just like him, striking but restrained. Even in bed, she suspected he'd be cold and fierce. Heat flooded her cheeks, an image surfaced in her mind. Duan Qiyu, as a teenager, practicing calligraphy in the courtyard. A long table, inkstone, brushes. He had just come home from high school in his navy and white sports uniform. The zipper pulled neatly to his collarbone. One hand in his pocket, the other holding the brush. He swept deep black ink across the spread paper as he moved. The narrow cuff of his jacket pulled back, exposing a sliver of pale, cool-toned skin. The prominent bone at his wrist only emphasized the sharp lines of his hand. Even back then, Everyone saw his brilliance. Wen Li had always thought her memories of Duan Qiyu were vague and blurry, but now, being around him constantly brought those old images flooding back, and strangely, every memory that surfaced felt vivid and alive. All those years, even though they barely interacted, whenever they did, his presence had been so intense that she had unconsciously tracked his every move. Even when she was scared of him, no wonder Beijing's elite circles had that saying about him. What doesn't Duan Qiyu do well? She held the note, glanced at the trash can, and couldn't bring herself to throw away handwriting that beautiful. Instead, she walked to the bookshelf, pulled out Sophie's World, and tucked the note inside. A week later, at the National Grand Theater, Wen Li's art troupe was putting on a major performance tonight as the lead pianist. She would open the show. Backstage, as she prepped, a text from Duan Qiyu buzzed in. "I'm here." She smiled and typed back, "See you soon." She set down her phone and picked up her sheet music. Jiang Wantong walked in without knocking, her staff badge swinging. She had cut her vacation short and returned to the troupe 2 or 3 days ago. Despite her congenital heart condition, she looked alert and energetic. The moment she entered, she froze at the sight of Wen Li in that stunning red stage dress. She'd always known Wen Li had striking, vivid features, but in that color, she was breathtaking. Then Jiang Wantong remembered that Duan Jingming was sitting out in the audience, and her good mood evaporated. They were alone in the green room. Jiang Wantong didn't bother pretending. Her voice dripped with spite. "Jingming and I are getting married next month. Wen Li, I'll be your sister-in-law soon." Wen Li didn't react. Her eyes stayed on the score as she mentally ran through the piece. Jiang Wantong felt like she had punched a pillow. She clenched her fist and let out a cold laugh. "Wen Li, do you know why I hate you? You used that childhood bond with Jingming to act all untouchable, making him chase you, protect you, treat you like a princess. So what if you were born into a better family? So what if you're prettier? You don't know how to keep a man the way I do. And now you've lost your grip, haven't you?" This time when you gave him the silent treatment, Duan Jingming didn't break up with me like before. He asked me to marry him. Huh? Childhood sweethearts can't compete with the one he met later. That saying is spot on. Let me tell you something. I've moved into Jingming's place that I've been in his bed every night this week, multiple times a night. Do you know what that means? It means you're officially his past. Wen Li rose silently and walked toward the door. Jiang Wantong blinked and stepped back by instinct. "What? Hit a nerve? Thinking of hitting me?" Wen Li stopped right in front of her, calm as still water. "I am not your enemy. That I have no interest in competing with you. That I sincerely wish you and Duan Jingming a long and happy life together. Now step aside. That I'm going on stage." Jiang Wantong's lips twisted. She moved out of the way. Wen Li walked past her without another glance and kept going. After she left, Jiang Wantong sneered under her breath. Pretentious. That whole aloof, too good for you act was baked into her bones. She talked a good game, but deep down, she was definitely seething that if she really didn't want to compete, she would cut ties with Jingming completely. But Jiang Wantong knew that was almost impossible. Even if Duan Jingming agreed, the Duan family elders never would, no matter how bad things got between those two. With the elders around, they'd always end up at the same dinner table. That was what bothered Jiang Wantong the most. But soon, she'd be a member of the Duan family too, but she'd be right there, watching, and she would never give those two a chance to rekindle anything. Duan Qiyu had come straight from the negotiation table, still in his formal suit. When he took his seat in the first row VIP section, Duan Jingming's eyes widened. "Brother, what are you doing here?" "Watching the performance. Since when do you care about stuff like this?" Duan Qiyu shot him a sideways glance, cool and cutting. Since when do I need to clear my schedule with you? No, of course not. Duan Jingming forced a stiff smile. Was it his imagination, or had his brother been extra cold to him over the past 2 weeks? Duan Qiyu was always distant, but this felt pointed. The last time he had sensed this kind of tension was last year, right after he'd officially started dating Wen Li. The thought made something click. Brother, did Wen Li invite you? Duan Qiyu stayed silent. He was still on thin ice with her, so he couldn't reveal their relationship. He wanted to announce it to the world, but Wen Li's heart wasn't open to him yet. Going public now would only make things harder. That silence was all the answer Duan Jingming needed. His expression hardened, his brows pulling tight. Since when are you two so close? Again, Duan Qiyu said nothing. He didn't like lying, but he couldn't tell the truth yet. Silence was his only option. That it wasn't out of character. Duan Qiyu was always this detached. Duan Jingming didn't overthink it. What annoyed him was Wen Li choosing to get close to the ice-cold brother she had always feared. Instead of saying one soft word to him, they asked for why his brother tolerated her proximity. It was probably because of the family elders. Wen Li was like a little sister they'd watched grow up. She was shy, so occasional contact was normal. Just then, the lights dimmed. The performance was starting. Duan Jingming pushed aside his irritation and turned his attention to the stage. Behind the two Duan brothers in the second row sat Chen Su and his new girlfriend. The ticket was Wen Li's way of saying thanks. His puppy dog eyes roved over the two brothers in the front row. Gossip radar firing on all cylinders. Something was definitely off. Beside him, his girlfriend with pigtails tugged his hand. Chen Su, is your sister performing first? He snapped back to attention. Yeah. She twisted her lips. Is she prettier than me? The theater was pitch black except for a single spotlight on center stage, where a black Steinway grand piano waited. That a figure stepped from the darkness into the light. Wen Li wore a wine-red chiffon gown, silver thread woven into the hem catching the light like scattered stars with every step. The fit hugged her curves, her hair falling in loose waves, and when she moved, her eyes held a lazy, captivating warmth. She sat at the piano and owned the stage. Music flowed from her fingers, every glance. And smile magnetic. Chen Su grinned and nodded toward her. What do you think? His girlfriend couldn't take her eyes off Wen Li. She leaned closer to him. Your sister's beautiful. After this, take me to meet her. I want a selfie for my feed. No problem. Chen Su agreed without hesitation, acting as if Wen Li really were his sister. The shameless guy had already decided he was sticking close to her, no matter what, until she accepted him as a little brother. Wen Li's dress and presence stunned the crowd tonight. From the moment she appeared, Duan Qiyu couldn't look away. A phrase he'd seen online drifted through his mind. A wife's beauty is her husband's pride. And his treasure was brilliant, radiant. A good thing Duan Jingming beside him was also watching Wen Li, too absorbed to catch the naked adoration spilling from his elder brother's eyes. Wen Li usually wore no makeup, or only light natural tones. It matched her gentle demeanor. But the Duan brothers knew better. Gentleness was her shell. Inside, she had grit and fire. She just hid it well. Duan Jingming stared at her under the lights and let out a slow breath. That he'd already agreed to marry Jiang Wantong next month. When that happened, his relationship with Wen Li would hit rock bottom. That he didn't want that, but he couldn't find a way to make things right with her. Thinking about their shared secret, he told himself that once the 3-year mark passed and all regrets were settled, she'd come back to him. Wantong was a detour. Wen Li was the destination. They'd been husband and wife in a past life. They would be again, no matter how harsh her words got. She still loved him, he was certain of that. Over a decade of history gave him that confidence. After this situation with Wantong was behind them, He'd spend the rest of his time loving Wen Li the way she deserved, winning her back for good. In a corner offstage, Jiang Wantong stood with some staff from the art troupe. She saw Duan Jingming's eyes glued to Wen Li on stage. Her stomach dropped like a stone. Her gaze darkened as it swept over Wen Li's face, and those hands flying across the keys that a malicious thought surfaced. If Wen Li lost her beauty and could never play piano again, would Jingming still be drawn to her? The last note faded. The lights came up, scattering the thought. Jiang Wantong smoothed her expression. The situation was in her favor, and no need to act. After all the performances ended, Wen Li and the other performers walked on stage for the curtain call. The audience filed out. Golden confetti rained down like a shower of coins. Duan Qiyu stepped onto the stage holding a bouquet of Louis XIV roses, flown in just for her. He handed it to Wen Li. She accepted it and wrapped him in a warm hug to his startled expression. She smiled. Thanks, Qiyu. Right in front of everyone. And under Duan Jingming's dark glare, Duan Qiyu deepened the embrace. His hands settled at her waist, pulling her closer, and he murmured against her ear, "Jing, item k toy." Then he let go, leaving Wen Li puzzled. She recognized it as French, but had no idea what it meant. Before she could ask, Duan Jingming's sarcastic voice cut through. Well, hugging and cuddling in public, how cozy. Wen Li met his eyes. Just a polite hug, better than answering the phone while you're in bed with someone else. Chun Su had just walked up with his girlfriend. Both stopped dead. Damn. Major drama. Wen Li's single sentence hit its target perfectly. Duan Jingming's face went crimson. His arrogance deflated that he knew he was in the wrong. Jiang Wantong, clinging to his arm, hid a smirk. Good. Wen Li, keep acting out. The more you rage, the better I look. Duan Qiyu glanced at his brother, then back at Wen Li. Let's go. She nodded and was about to leave when Chun Su dragged his girlfriend forward. Sister Wen Li. His shout grabbed the attention of all four of them. Wen Li gave him a small smile. What's up? Second meeting, but she already liked Chun Su that he seemed genuine. Today he ditched his usual flashy streetwear for branded luxury. A bomber jacket and cargo jeans, layered over a pink button-up shirt with a khaki tie. With those puppy dog eyes, he looked like a college heartthrob. His girlfriend wore a matching pink dress with pigtails, couple outfits, both of them cute and buzzing with energy. Chun Su pulled out his phone and nudged his girlfriend forward. Sister, this is my girlfriend. She wants a photo with you. You wear her say hi. Hi, sister. The usually bubbly Qiyu felt shy in front of both stunning faces. The double dose of beauty made her self-conscious. Wen Li noticed and handed her bouquet to Duan Qiyu. She stepped forward, put an arm around the girl's shoulders, and smiled at Chun Su. Let's take it. Chun Su shoved his phone into Jiang Wantong's hands. Girls know how to take photos. Help us out. Then he ducked to the other side of his girlfriend and flashed a big grin. Jiang Wantong just stood there. She swallowed her irritation, forcing herself not to sneer. Reluctantly, she snapped a few shots. Chun Su took his phone back and frowned. Wen Li was half out of the frame. Do you have a problem with Sister Wen Li or something? You cut her off. The comment hit a nerve. Jiang Wantong immediately checked Duan Jingming's expression. His eyes were sharp, questioning. She quickly put on a wounded face. Sorry, I'm not very good at taking photos. Let me retake them, okay? She played the humble card. Duan Jingming's suspicion melted into pity. He glared at Chun Su. Apologize. Chun Su flinched. Right. Those two were arm in arm. He knew when to fold. Sorry, I didn't mean anything by it. Jiang Wantong turned her head and looked at Wen Li. She gave her a slow, mocking smile. See? Your precious second brother still defends me. Then she tugged Duan Jingming's sleeve softly. It's fine. Jingming, don't ruin Wen Li's time with her friends. Then why are you still standing here? A cold voice sliced through. It was Duan Qiyu.